to know your environment. Like the FIDA secretary said, the fact that you went to school, the fact that you're a lawyer, put you in a position that you have to be a voice, you have to be an eye to those that don't even know that there is anything called trafficking, and there is a crime. Trafficking is a crime. For me, trafficking is violence against the vulnerable. And the question I want to ask, we are hearing this as learned people. I don't think we're actually educating you. In the rural areas, do those vulnerable women and children know that involving in trafficking, that I've exposed myself? What effort are we making? This well-researched paper has touched so many areas. We have always been in forefront of trying to protect a girl, a woman, or even a boy. Because when we say that we are protecting the rights of women and children, distinction between the boy child and the girl child. There are those rights that they are to enjoy. We need to engage those in the rural areas. We have to raise up gatekeepers, because every community has a leader, and when those leaders are sensitized, they will pass it across. FIDA has done a lot in this area, like the secretary said, different local governments, communities. We've gone to marketplaces to act it like open theaters. We've gone to marketplaces to talk about the need for girls and boys to enjoy their parents. It is the responsibility of parents to give their children security, to give their children education. And when you send them out, under whatever guise, for trafficking, you have exposed them to insecurity. In our bid to protect the right of the children, we tell people that if you see something, say something. Be your neighbor's keeper. And we have been told about the triggers of consenting to this trafficking. And one of them is the conflicts you have all over. There was a problem in Taraba State, for example, and a child was trafficked to Plateau State. And a woman that picked her, the parents never knew her, never spoke with her for one day, until she pushed this girl into very hot boiled water and bought her buttocks. And that girl ran out of pain. And that woman never cared to look for her until after 2 days. A neighbor saw her when she was groaning in pains and picked her up and went to the police. From the police to the hospital informed. From the hospital, they declined giving her medical attention because of the degree of the bend. And she was taken to Jude. A couple of hours when FIDA was notified, the girl passed on. The parents never saw the woman that took their child. That's how bad and devastating trafficking is. It's destructive. It's something that should give you a shock. It's an exercise that everybody needs to frown at. And eventually this girl died. It was after her death that they began to look for the parents. They never spoke with their girl for the past 2 years. She's the 1 year plus that she stayed with this woman that eventually killed this Margaret, 12-year-old girl, with her potentials, gone to the grave early in life because of trafficking. But I thank God FIDA and other stakeholders have to make sure that she's facing the music. And that is why the question is, whether the legal profession. I want to say that this profession is key to giving legal assistance whenever you see a child that's trafficked. When these girls are trafficked, of course they don't call with phones, and if they do, they change the phones. They give them new SIM cards, purposely to communicate with them alone. A child was trafficked from Ebonyi State to Jos. And on a Saturday morning, FIDA was notified that a child, a boy of about 13 years old, is at the park with his backpack and 1,000 to go to Ebonyi State, running away from where he was kept as a domestic slave. And when they called FIDA quickly asked them to bring them to A Division, to the child. The driver brought the child to A Division. FIDA was able to liaise with the police, went to where the man's shop is, we picked the man, and we are able to return this child back to Ebonyi State, making sure that FIDA Ebonyi received the child and the parents were happy. Another one from Okiwe, FIDA also stood the ground and made sure that this child was taken back. A woman from Bukuru here trafficked a child to Saudi Arabia. If not that guy was sharp and didn't allow them to seize our passports. Unfortunately, and that's why we need to create awareness. Some of the traffickers don't even know in the first place that they're committing a crime. And when the girl came back, the woman that trafficked her went to police because she had asked that they give her back her 500,000 that she paid tickets with. And went to the police to report her that she's owing her. And that was how she was exposed. And when we got to state CID, and her eyes was now illuminated, she now understood what is trafficking and the consequences of trafficking. She could say she never knew anything like that. Whatever it is, we need to get down to the grassroots. The human rights section of the NBA must have very strong synergy with other organizations, NGOs, to put our eyes down, get jingles that we play on radios, so that the woman in the village, the man in the village that cannot even watch a television because of lack of electricity can listen to the radio and tell them what it takes. If you are caught selling your child, call it, I think we just elementarize it. Selling your child, disposing your child, for whatever reason, is not acceptable. And if any parent is caught, there must be a platform to shame that person. Because if everything is like he's convicted, and the person leaves his correctional service in Jos and gets back to Kamchi, for instance, it looks like he has gone to the city and just coming back. Who knows where he's coming back from? Does the traditional ruler know where he's coming back from? He comes back like a king that has been out of the state to make money. And while he's coming back. So there must be a way for us to let the people know that this is the consequences. And even if it's a rapist or whatever it is, I remember in Mango, after our sensitization about gender-based violence, His Royal Highness, they took a decision when a man beat the wife and the woman reported to them to shame the man, by flogging the man in the presence of the wife in the council. There must be a way to make the people understand, not just as we are here talking about it. We should spread out our tentacles and get the people in the rural areas to know what is on ground. And I tell you, with that synergy, will bring a stop to these menace. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for our brother, the chairperson of FIDA. You can see raw energy, raw passion. I think this is FIDA well deserved. So thank you so very much for lending your voice to this discourse. Please, we will take few questions or comments, if any. Few questions or comments, if any, in this campus, as usual. I can see 3 hands up already, or 4 rather, 5. Please keep your comments brief. Sorry. Let's start from, yes, when you start, just brief introduction and go straight to the question or comment you wish to make. Let's start from Mrs. Koloke.
I've been introduced. I'm Mrs. Law, Thank you very much. Paper has been well delivered, but I think the paper actually was to focus on the devastating effects. I will thank the presenter for taking the whole gamut of the law and the procedure. Now, what I want to say, the question I want to ask, the thing that bothers me as a lawyer, as a mother, and as a grandmother, and somebody in the community, is that most of these, our presentations, our papers, and everything, they take the problem from the top. And we have a program in my place. I say, when you see a crippled man that carries load on his head, and you are asking him, why is this load not staying well on your head? The crippled man is able to at me. Even my leg is not standing well. So the load cannot stand well. When we talk about the menace in the society, I look at it. Where is the foundation? I came to this stage about 30-something years ago. It took me almost 10 years to absorb the talk that I see here. One, children will leave their parents, and they say they are going to their grandmother. And grandmothers are not like me. Grandmothers don't blabber, and grandmothers pet. So they don't want the parental discipline. I noticed that. Then number 2, I noticed the devastating structures that are called schools on the planet. It was so shocking. Every time, out in the villages, in town, you will see roof, no roof, children sitting on the ground to learn. What will they learn? So they will opt out. That's another thing. Then I saw a woman, we go and hug. I did some cases. You go and hug very cheap things, and the man, the husband, is in the beer parlor drinking, and that woman will have to make food, give for the husband, and give the children. All these things have not been addressed of trafficking, because these are the fundamental errors. If a child cannot be disciplined at home, a child doesn't have a school, a child notices the father going to drink another, how will they not be trafficked? That is one. Sorry, I'm
so much. I think we would appreciate if you can be very brief.
Yes. It's something that is very passionate in my heart because I have done cases. If I give a case that I told the woman not to give food for the husband, the man will go and drink and come back and say he wants to eat. Around 10. Then the woman told me that if I don't give you food, you will beat me. I told this woman, we are trash. Anybody that is drunk is not very strong. When a man comes, tap him on the shirt, take him to the couch, sit him down by force, and begin to rain every insult that you don't like. Raise it on him. Because that's how we were trained as your bad women. That if your husband is not doing well, rain insult to put his brain to come back to his position.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sincerely appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think Hans was more of a comment than a question. So, thank you. Let's have, yes, Mr. Eddie, yes.
Yes, I will not tell my ladies to work in a quality violence in the room. Now, two questions. Madam, now, I'm sure you remember me. There was this case we had of a young boy who impregnated a young girl. Boy, even though it was a dad as well. Would you consider, fairly speaking, that case as one? That's number one. Number two, we can't talk about trafficking without talking about root causes of trafficking. As we call the paper presenter, we need to deal with the root causes of trafficking. You talk about labor exploitation. What is the cause of this labor exploitation? If we have good homes, if there is food on the table, if there are good schools to attend, if there is good parental care for our children, would parents take their children and send them out for work outside their domain? And even when you recover these children, we talked about 14 children that have not been recovered and brought back. What have you put in place as a governmental agency to reuniting these children? What have you put in place to ensure that this exploitation will no longer continue? What of the children that went to marry to go and prostitute? When you brought them back to reunite them with their parents, what did you create for them, to live on so that they cannot?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay, sorry, I didn't see you. Get a question then. Yes, sorry.
All already established protocol duly observed. My name is Akila Asham. First of all, let me say I want to, from the very depth of my heart, thank FIDA for the great work you're doing. May God bless you. It is my earnest prayer that God will give you the enablement to further accomplish exploits in this country. I have the privilege of chairing a human rights committee of the Nigerian Bar Association Jos branch. I venture my office as the vice chairman. The chairperson of FIDA, the NAPTIP commander seated there on the podium, I want to assure you by the grace of God of our resolve, that is the Human Rights Committee, to work in synergy and partner with you so that we will continue to achieve. You know, they say 2 heads are better than 1, so we can achieve that. Like my learned senior colleague, Mr. Lawrence Aya, our former MBA chairman, observed, in as much as we address these problems, you see in medical practice, most medical doctors will tell you any problem that is health challenge and is discovered in good time can be addressed. But when it is too late, whatever they can do in most cases just manage it. In addressing the problem issues like this, I want to strongly advise that education is key. If the girl child is adequately educated, I am sure she'll be better placed and positioned to defend her right in such a way that no one can violate her rights. Then, I recall an incident that happened sometime back in Abuja. There's this media outfit, Radio Television, something like that. A woman was reported who her house help. I don't know what it was just a small offense. This man pounded pepper, put it in the private part of this young girl. Yes. And then poured it, was it hot water or granite oil? The woman was summoned to the studio. The anchor, in the course of anchoring the program, when he saw this girl, he couldn't control himself. He physically assaulted this woman. I'm not saying that is right. But on a lighter note, if I have my way, I would ask FIDA to pass, forward a bill to the National Assembly that will grant the permission to subject such people to commensurate punishment before they face litigation, because it is unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I want to ask a question. There's this girl in my house. She just came last year to stay with us. She just became 14, 15 years. Just recently, she started to tell my parents she's not going to school. She's just in JS2. Call her mother and go and say, don't tell my school fees again. I don't want to go to school. My mom decided, okay, since I'm going to the market, follow me. Not knowing that in the market, the girl meet her friends and then say, please, can I leave my grandmother's house and want to stay with you people? I'm tired of staying in the house. Not like they are maltreating her or anything. We treat her the same way with my younger ones. Just recently, a month back, I was home on Sunday. We took our bath together. I went out. She spent 2 days not in the house. She left the house, stayed with a guy in the area, and said she wants to go to Lagos. They told her there's a work in Lagos. My father brought her with. There's a day she came back that she came to change clothes so that she could go back. She started offending the house. And then we have to take her to the police station for 2 days. Please, what do we do for the they're calling her parents, please come and get this girl. She don't have to stay in our house. If we keep staying with this girl, she might run away without us doing. My father is always at home. My mother is a businesswoman. We are in the house. We are not sure of what she's paying. We don't know what she's paying, the activities she does in the house. Please, how can we help this child?
Thank you. Can you help us pass the microphone? Sorry, sir. Yes, can you raise your hand so that she sees you? Thank you. After that, Dr. Otto, and then we take responses. There's one question here I'll read. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Yes. I have a brief comment. My comment is that the thrust of this paper and discussions is a clear call that this issue should not be consigned only to the domain of FIDA. But I think the NBA as a whole should join hands to ensure that these problems are addressed. And as we do that as lawyers, I want us to do it in the right way to ensure that the law is adhered to the law. 2 months ago, I was in Lagos, and I learned of a very sad story of a man who was lynched because he was taking his son to school. The son didn't want to go to school, a small child, and was shouting in the car. You know, by the time people saw this boy shouting and crying, they stopped the man without asking questions. how to make more passion and more death. And when the man died, the child began to cry. They killed my father. Everybody disappeared. Let's bring the life.
Thank you very much, Dr. Otto. Behind you there, Dr. Otto, thank you very much. I think you should be the last one now.
Let me lean on the existing protocol. I want to speak especially on three things. I'm grateful that FIDA has come up with this. I thank the presenter of the papers and those who have discussed the paper. One thing I want to point out is that the issue should not be discussed in a forum like this only because 3 weeks ago, precisely on the 12th of November, I was involved in this kind of an awareness program in Ghana. And what I discovered is that the community is not even enlightened. The parents do not know what trafficking is. We are just talking about trafficking, and you discover that even in this community, children pair groups encourage themselves. My brother, I have gone to this place, I have gotten this. This one has gone to this place, I have gotten this. And because of a understanding of societal values, the children also want to be like their friends. So I want FIDA, and not only FIDA, the NAPTIP and other agencies to take this campaign to the grassroots. You see, the real people say what they are looking for in Sokoto is in your Sokoto. Like the FIDA chairperson said that we should go to the villages, even where we are in the township, the problem is there. And if we are able to make people in the community where we live to know about it, we go out. Like your statement, you see something, say something. Let's start from our homes, educating our own children, educating our neighbors on what trafficking is all about. Then community involvement. I'm actually disappointed because I was expecting the traditional ruler to be represented to speak because they are the custodian of the community. If the community leaders know and they are educating their subjects of what trafficking, the effect of trafficking, because the disadvantage is more than the advantage that people are looking at again. I'm very pained because I have passion for children. And if you look at my academic writing, you discover that most of my writing is about children and their welfare. Child Rights Act, NAPTIP, in I read one of my articles in the Open University journal. I've written about NAPTIP. I've seen the flaws in your laws, and that law needs to be reviewed such that every community, local government councillors, their wards, they should have an agency of government. You should be represented in this level so that people will know that there's somebody there. You don't just stay in the local government headquarters or the state headquarters and you get the care. You need to be at the grassroots. So community should be involved and educating the people, the less privileged, because most of these things that we're talking about, you will not see among the elite, among the high level social group, because the people perpetrate that act, or they are using the less privileged to do those acts. And if we are able to educate them and let the government, as representative of government, you need to also let the government know the causes, like my leadership has said, the root cause. What is the root cause? It's poverty. If we are able to eliminate poverty or reduce poverty to the minimum level, all this issue of trafficking will come to an end. Because nobody will want to send his or her child to go and look for 1 naira or sell pure water on the road, sell mineral on the road to get something, because they will have something to eat, especially on the platform. I've been on the platform for the past 30 years, and now I said. And one thing I noticed on the platform is that a woman, a mother, will wake up in the morning and go and eat in a restaurant when they are not giving food to her children in the house. I have queried this, I have talked about it where I work, I have talked about it where I live, and I have that it is not right as a mother. Forget about the men, some of us we are not responsible for that, but the mother should be more responsible than the man. I'm a Christian, and if you look at the Bible, you discover that in those days, in the Bible, women don't work. They stay at home and look after the children. And that is why the Bible says that when a child is bad, it is the child, that child belongs to the mother. But when the child is good, it is the father that gave the praise. You can read it, and that is what I'm publishing that. We will not just carry this campaign candidate to speak in programs like this, but let us take time, great time, to go and talk to the community where these things are implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Dr. Otto, may I disagree with you?
There is a question there.
On that last statement, the plateau, the women are the ones who are the victims of Muslim practice. We have worked with women as freelancers, and we have experience. Women are the most indigent in fact. And I'm seeing agitations from the women who practice. I must just disagree with this, that it's a very, I will not state it openly. Women, we as freelancers, we have had first-hand encounter with women, and we can say for a fact that women.
Thank you very much. We have a question here from Mr. Patrick Osai. His question centers on receiving jurisdictional tussle between the National Industrial Court and the High Court with respect to the issue that we're discussing. He says, whereas Section 36 of the Human Trafficking Act 2015 confers jurisdiction on the High Court with respect to human trafficking, Section 254C1 of the Constitution, as we all know, confers on the National Industrial Court exclusive jurisdiction in relation to matters pertaining to child abuse, child labor, human trafficking. So his question is, where are we when it comes to jurisdiction with respect to child trafficking? So I'm sure the discussants or the presenters will answer this. So many of the people who spoke were actually made comments, but there were questions that would require that we address them. Before I give them the permission, women really have been very strong on the platform, particularly very particular. But you know, in the past they used to say, behind every successful man is a woman. But that was in the past. It used to be like that. It's no longer there. Now is beside every man. In fact, a child will come in front of every successful man. Okay, this is Angelica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I want to, where's the lawyer that asked that question, please? Are you there to get a response to your question? All right. Thank you. Now, I am taken aback to a question, but I'll still go ahead and give you a guide. The girl living with you said you want to go, and she doesn't want to go. Do you know where she came from? So there's a kind of relationship between you. All right. Now, wisdom demands that you intentionally put her in the vehicle. Take her to the family where you brought her from. You must be intentional about it. And that's the pain I have with that person. And I was eager to come up to answer. Because for the next 2 years, you are thinking she doesn't want to go, like want to get into a greater problem. Hand her over to where you brought her from. And that settles it. Whatever happens thereafter, your family will not be held responsible. That's what you do. Very, very important. And I want to ask, I have short time to talk about this paper. Mr. Martin, Director, you are aware that when we were able to get 2 girls that we took to civil defense custody last week, Honorable Olivier, when we were called upon, was that somebody attended the training. And they were talking about about this trafficking. And the man reflected. He works with a particular hospital, let me just reserve the name. That there is a woman that always brings girls to this hospital and are supposed to check their health status, particularly as it concerns HIV. And they will always come with small bag, and thereafter they go. And the man was told, from today, if that woman comes again, just see how to delay her with the result and draw our attention. And that was what happened. Natty quickly went there, accosted, and then they called Honorable Olivia. We went together, saw the lady. She snapped them, sent to the place they are going to Lagos, so that the woman that will pick them will use the picture to pick them. So anyone that is going to be trafficked must be held, the health status must be ascertained. You can imagine this. There must be great synergy with national transport whatever. FPH is synergized with national road transport workers. When you see some movement, you should be able to draw somebody's attention. The girls that were brought to Lagos was a passenger in that vehicle that sent a message. I interviewed these two girls and a boy. They didn't know where they were going. And that was how they drew their attention here in Plateau. They got in to connect Lagos, and that was how the woman that came to pick them from the back was apprehended. Let's wake up. Thank you very much.
So I want to respond to Mr. Aguilar's suggestion that there should be a law that will come some of this violence. What I want to say is that we now have a violence against persons prohibition law in our two states. A lot of people are really not aware of it, and we've been going for sensitization. The law is very, very detailed, more detailed than the penal codes that we are used to. We've been trying to sensitize the police about the existence of the bad law because many of them are still charging criminals under penal code, which should not be so. So the law is very detailed and it has captured almost all the forms of violence you have. And the law is violence against persons prohibition law, not a violence against women prohibition law, which makes it possible for anyone to be convicted of a crime. That law recognizes everybody and it protects everybody. It's not just for the women, and that is why it is called violence against persons. So if a woman is found perpetrating violence against her husband, she will definitely go in for it. So our problem is not that we don't have the law, we have the law. Most people are not aware of it, and then there is no awareness. So, and that calls for awareness for our judicial officers, our police, the prosecutors, and everybody, so that that law can be implemented and enforced. So what we actually need now is implementation and enforcement. With regards to what Mommy said, yes, at the root of trafficking are so many causes, and the speaker had identified many causes. Now, when I came up, I said the major causes of trafficking in Plateau State is actually issues of poverty, issues of conflict, and communal clashes, which has displaced a lot of people, has rendered a lot of people homeless, and people are just looking for ways to, ship off their children and take up responsibilities of their shoulders. So that's just it. And then again, I would actually go support Mommy's suggestion on the issue of violence, because a woman can also be, can also be criminalized. A woman can also be convicted for perpetrating violence against her husband. So I won't really support violence to solve any issue. We call for discussions, deliberations, and proper legal steps to be taken where there are issues like that. One of the issues, one of the greatest causes of trafficking in Plateau State is the issue of abandonment of responsibilities. And it is good that the BREAKOUT law has now made it clear that abandonment of responsibility is an offense. And responsibility is not just on the man, because previously we believed that it's only the men that are meant to carry the total burden of the family. The Bible says no, that even if the woman abandons her responsibility, she will go in for it. So parents are supposed to be responsible for their children. When the men abandon their responsibilities to the women, it becomes a problem. And then the women, when they can no longer work, they allow these children to go to wherever they go to. When we had projects in communities, those were some of the issues that the women admitted about, like human food. Some women told us that during family season, their husbands would deliberately go to the cities. But when it is time for harvest, they will suddenly come back home and say that the men, they are in charge of farm produce and everything. And you see a woman and a man in the market driving a bag of potatoes because if this is the landowner, the woman needs to submit the money to him. And after submitting that money, she never sees him. She's left with a child, she's left with pregnancy to cater for. And she finds herself giving out her children. So I don't really know. Okay, I think my other panelists will try to address that. Mr. Anya raised an issue. I didn't actually get that there, but I'm sure others will address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody asked a question about pregnancy, a case that was brought to my office. I can't really remember because we've been having such cases, so many of such cases. But the bottom line is that nothing Act has provision against defilement of underage marriage, and also underage pregnancy. If the case that was brought falls under underage pregnancy or something like that, it means we prosecute it in the court. Then you ask how nothing deals with the root causes of human trafficking. Nothing is the only law enforcement agency in Nigeria that prosecute and still empower the victims. We have a very strong victim empowerment program in NAPTI. So many victims from various state command, from various zones, has been taken to Abuja to be trained and be empowered. As I talk to you now, we have about 19 victims that are right now working with NAPTIP as staff. These are victims that were rescued from Europe and so many other countries. They are right now in our office working. We train them in school up to university level and they are working with us. Even in Plateau here, we have a case of a one-man plan that the brothers wanted to kill, that she's into witchcraft activities. We were able to rescue her. We wrote to the headquarters, they provided money. We gave her a skill because we asked her whether she wants to go to school or she wants to learn skill. And she said she wants to learn skill. And she finally said she wants to learn tailoring. I wrote to the headquarters, they provided money. I paid here. And she has been trained. She has been reunited with her uncle, one of our uncles that works with the retired from CBN, as I talk to you. So that gives us a very powerful empowerment program as far as issues of victims are concerned. Then concerning the issue of jurisdiction, we prosecute our cases in federal high courts and state high courts. Some, like we in Jos Law, we are using these two courts. Some states uses National Industrial Court too because it has provision to try human trafficking cases. Thank you.
I think I just have to say thank you for your attention. discussants have taken questions, and we appreciate Mr. Otto, Shandy, Akita Kashan, for all your comments. I believe that all these issues are huge on sensitization. And I will say that if you will agree with me, today a lot of us are more sensitized now than when we came in. So you can imagine those in the rural areas where there are no knowledge or no way of knowing the adverse effects of all these issues of trafficking. In fact, a lot of parents traffic their children without knowing they were being trafficked. So thank you very much. And not to overflow the issue of Bernard senior and grandmother Nwokere, would rather sensitize and would rather advise and mediate than take actions that would likely bring either divorce or misunderstanding in the family. Thank you very much. We will not wear jeans and we will not wear tracksuits. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Please, can we collectively give them a round of applause as they step down? Thank you so very much. Yes. Please keep clapping until they step down. Thank you. Thank you. This has been a very wonderful session. Quite enlightening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm told that there's supposed to be a presentation of maybe a token of appreciation to people who presented, but we will take that after the second session. So we will move into the second session immediately. The second session is powered, if I may use that expression, by the Human Rights Committee of the branch. And it's on a very topical matter as well, something in a way related to what we have just discussed. An appraisal of the laws of human rights and the activities of security agencies in Nigeria. This is something that is very, very topical. And as it was with the session that just went, a number of people have been carefully selected to do justice to this topic in terms of the presentation and the discussion. The person who is going to lead the paper presentation, or who is actually going to present the paper, is someone that we know, someone who has been very active in this aspect. My singular honor privilege to recognize Prince Charles Dixon. Let's put our hands together. This is Prince Charles Dixon. If you are around, please can you come to the high table? Prince Charles Dixon. Please keep clapping as he comes to the high table. Yes. As he comes to the high table, I'm going to mention a few things about Prince Dixon. I've had the privilege of meeting him on a number of occasions. He is a local peace builder expert in Nigeria. He is a peace practitioner, a scholar, a behavioral scientist, and policy analyst. He's currently the team lead for Nigerian Best Dr. Roundtable Initiative. He is a certified mediator, a negotiator, and arbitrator with training in journalism and psychology. He is an alumnus of the prestigious University of Jos, and also the prestigious Humanitarian Academy at Harvard, and also University of Texas. We're pleased to have you talk with us this afternoon. You also said, well, thank you so much for coming. He's going to present the paper, and then those who will also discuss the paper are not less qualified, and they are Mr. Yakubu Tali. Can you please join me as I invite Mr. Yakubu Tali to the microphone? Please let's put our hands together for Mr. Yakubu Tali. He is also a very popular person. He is the director of news and current affairs, Plateau Radio Television. He's former chairman of the Sports Writers Association, Plateau State. He's also former chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Plateau State. Mr. Yakubu Tali, please let's welcome him once again. And we also have someone that is a household name, not just on the platform but in Nigeria in general. As I said in relation to the chairman of the Public Planning Committee yesterday, the person I'm going to call to the high table is someone who perhaps plans a lot of things in his size, but in terms of his intellectual capacity, he is unrivaled anytime, any day. My pleasure therefore to invite Mr. Steve Aluko. Please let's join him. Mr. Aluko has been in the forefront of a lot of things in Nigeria. He's actually led discussions and conversations on topical issues. He's a human rights activist. He's into a lot of things. In fact, his resume is something that I can't go through now for want of time. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. May I also invite another distinguished personality who is also active in this aspect, Mr. Gad Peter Shamaki. Please let's join Mr. Gad Peter. Let's join me as I welcome Mr. Shamaki to the high table. Mr. Gad Shamaki is the Executive Director of Clean Foundation. He's been actively involved in development work with over 15 years experience. He's a peace builder, he's a community mobilizer, and a human development expert. He's into human rights, gender integration, in particular youth engagement, budget tracking, and monitoring. So join me once again as we welcome Mr. Gad Shamaki. And then the last person to join us here on the high table is the Vice Chair of our branch of the bar, who also heads the Human Rights Committee of the branch, my very good brother and friend, Mr. Akila Philip Kasham. Can you join us on the high table? Please welcome Mr. Akila Kasham. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're here.
Rejoice.
So,
Then you
I would
start
like us to listen with very rapt attention as I invite the lead speaker to come forward and make his presentation, Dr. Phyllis Charles Dixon. Please let's welcome. Thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon, distinguished doctors. It is a privilege to be elected in the midst of many people. But I'm not certain, given the fact that I just learned that the lawyer was trafficked. So there's nothing to be afraid of. If a lawyer can be trafficked with or without his consent, I mean, there's nothing to scare us. God, I'm massive. On my way here, I met a boy who had been more than 10, 11 years. And you know that thing older people do. I asked him what he wanted to be. And he said to me he wanted to be an election tribunal judge. I joked with him and said, "You want to be a lawyer, right?" He said, "No, he doesn't want to be a lawyer. But that he wants to be an election."
Oganka was called.
I haven't said anything yet.
Oganka was called.
And you will agree with me that we're very bad people when it comes to protocol. So I will say wonderful good afternoon to every one of you, seniors at the bar, the only profession that has seniors and juniors, and distinguished security personnel who have been invited for this particular session, and my wonderful panelists that would make my job very easy. An appraisal of laws of human rights, activities of security agencies in Nigeria. I've taken the benefit of being the lead speaker to break that down to say striking a balance for national security and individual liberties. I am very careful not to go into the nitty-gritty of the Constitution because you all are lawyers. But again, the legal profession in Nigeria at no other time than now is one that is very abused. I see a lawyer have so much empathy because every average Nigerian today is a lawyer. I see people debate electoral acts. I see non-elected people argue and 25%. I see people discuss all manners of legal gymnastics. But you see, that's why we're beautiful Nigerians. We always find a way out. While I have this paper delivered, I would want us to collectively reflect on which is important: the rule of law, which the FDA has as a mandate, or national security, which comes first. While we collectively ruminate over that, I would also want us to think, what is the difference between bias and sentiment? What are the distinctive differences between those two words? The last presentation and conversation, which I actively put a listening ear to, I had conversations, people say we need to go to the root causes. 3-4 years ago, pre-COVID, I had the privilege of being in traffic and trying to maneuver Jos. When you say you're in traffic in Jos, it doesn't exceed 10 to 15 minutes. So don't worry, not like what the devotional says he's in traffic. But you see, because we're not too patient people, I decided to play around that particular traffic. And I passed the abattoir access to get to Millionaire's quarters, which was rather a long journey. And a particular policeman stopped me on their regular stop and search. And it was about 6-7 o'clock. When he stopped me, he asked where I was coming from. I said, the office. He said where I was going to. I said, home. And the particular police officer said to me, God bless you, have a nice night. I hopped the car, I couldn't move again. The police officer telling me, God bless me, have a nice night. Something must have been fundamentally wrong. At the Muslim Abbas Center, for those of you who know the geo of Abuja, not too far, there are also security personnel who stay somewhere close there. And then again, on another journey, they stopped me and they said to me, after all the formalities, have a safe ride and take care of yourself. I couldn't move again because these are not usual things. When we look at the context of the root causes of the conversation we're about to have, I'm sure that in his experience in the media, Tagi, and in the civil society, God would have so much to say on this. The idea of this paper basically is to critically assess the state of human rights laws. Like I said, I don't want to go into those sections and chapters, section 33 to 46 or the fundamental objectives and derivatives and fundamentals of state policy. No, I wouldn't want to pause with all that. I wouldn't want to look at the legal framework of Nigeria in terms of human rights, especially in the conversation around the first paper that we just finished, which was quite illuminating. But you see, we have the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, we have the African Charter of Human and People's Rights, and we have all the international conventions. But you see, at the heart of this conversation first is with all this legal framework. One, where does the risk of extrajudicial killings stay? These particularly have been a very fundamental conversation. It's only in Nigeria where, as a result of executive power, you can be killed and nothing will happen. When I mean nothing will happen, nothing will happen. A few meters from here, a young Plateau citizen was killed by a bomb. Several months later, nothing has, and I dare say, nothing. People are killed in custody. Reports suggest in several cases, Nigerians, citizens are summarily executed by security forces without due process. In fact, in conversation, some of us are beginning to ask, what is even due process in the real sense of it? We have arbitrary arrest. I was trying to have conversations on arbitrary arrest from a very, very strong point of view. It's only in Nigeria where you offend your girlfriend and you are a side cop, because we talk about side chicks a lot, and forget that some men are actually side cop. Knows an officer, knows an officer. And who was arrested and stripped of his certification for how many years? Like, I will deal with you and nobody will say anything. Arbitrary arrest. We've seen excessive use of force. We've seen this consistently over again and again and again. So much so that within security balances and security circles, there are different nomenclatures for different kinds of beating for citizens who have not been found guilty of any crime or offenses. Nigeria has the privilege of 36 states. As I speak, there are 29 different operations run jointly. Sometimes we're forced to ask, what's the problem with Nigeria? When fellow Nigerians come up with situations like Operation Icon Dance, Operation Crocodile Smile, we ask, what is the root cause? What is wrong with us? People who supposedly sometimes fight back in these security apparatus are people who sometimes are people studying law and should know better. When you have an Operation Icon Dance, it's always that there will be poisonous repercussions. We tend to say Nigerian military, but these days, when we look at joint military offensive, it becomes sad. So sad that for those of us in the civil society, we're gradually all the time scared about the secularization of the Nigerian space. So, for example, road safety, one is looking at me now, is asking for bonds. Very soon, boys out will ask for bond. Lawyers can ask for bond.
Very important.
Everybody wants a bond. Whether we like it or not, at the heart of this conversation is also the economy and poverty. Why do we say poverty in appraising the human rights of Nigerian person? It's sad that most of us don't even know what our rights are, especially within the legal framework and for those who are learned. I took pain 2 weeks ago when I found out that there is a law that stipulates that even churches and mosques should have waste baskets. So if you don't have one, it is a crime. But the question is how many of us are aware of it? Some have argued that the problem is not the charter, the human rights laws, but the people. We'll come to that. We look at security responses. The militarization and our military culture has not left us. So we still hear things like we will meet force with force. When you say you will meet force with force, as a psychologist, I tell people that it is inherent in us. When there is emphasis on a man trying to prove his headship of the house, there's a fundamental flaw. Do you know I'm a man? Nobody's contesting with you. Which takes me to the elder paper, just for 2 minutes. There is a fixation on the girl child at the expense of the boy child. So hate for all you care. If you go to Kogi, Ekwa, some of our churches, you raise too many girl children that you have to make responsible men. Sad as it may be. So these men turn violent. And because our security apparatus and our experiences, the security system itself has become a source of livelihood. So when a man pays 700,000, 800,000 to enter the Nigerian police, what do you think is good? It is return on investment. He does not care so much so about what the law says and how to put it into practice or its applications. I can tell from experiences that I've had by the side how much pain lawyers have to go through when you're dealing with your counterpart prosecutors from the Nigerian police. You're sometimes asking yourself, is it law you read or studied, or is it the same law school you went to? Harassment of journalists, activists, and lawyers. I used to remember a time when some of us even craved having an NBA sticker in your car. It was like just having that sticker gave you access and gave you privileges. But these days, when the military officer sees NBA sticker, it's as if he wants to beat you the more. Because he sees you as a fundamental part of his problem. I don't know what the NBA is doing about that. In this conversation, some people have argued that the problem is not our human rights laws. Those who have said we have these policies, at the heart of it are implementation challenges. Nigeria has a very robust legal framework. Sometimes some of the conversations and the problems we have and we still continue to have on some of these matters are not even the problem. I always narrate this funny story. I happened to spend about 18 months in Mumbai doing a fellowship program. And on one of those evenings, my host comes up and says to me, Dr. Charles, I got you God. I took a deep breath. You brought God for me. I looked at the young Indian and I was wondering where God was that he had brought for me. He simply put his hand in his pocket and brought out a very nice looking chapel and said to me, he bought this in traffic. And he said to me, you bought God in traffic. Yes, he said to me, my friend, I bought it for 16 rupees. It's the God of good luck. He noticed I was not too keen. And he puts his hand in the other pocket and brings out another God. I said, if you don't like this God, I have another God. This one is actually more expensive. I said to him, how much? He said, 22 rupees. I said, and your gods are that cheap? He said, yes. And then he told me something I never forget. He said, in India, the Christians have one God. The Muslims have 3 gods. The Muslims have 1. And the Hindus have 30,000 gods. Nigerians are 1, but we have 30,000 gods. So when we're dealing with the secularization and human rights conversation, there is always that angle of you've arrested him. Is he Mushere or is he Fonfia? Is he Magafu or is he a Gumaiman? Is the uncle in the police or is the nephew a member of the army? Your papers are not complete, we know that you are calling your friend who is a Muslim. We have problems. conversation. So people say things like, have you been slapped by a policeman? Like it's an award-winning ceremony. People say to you, let's go to the military barracks and shout and see how you do anything. But we seem to forget the implications of these conversations we have. I take another pause and go back to the earlier conversation because they intertwine. When I have privilege to discuss with colleagues within the other sector, which is the security, I say to them, we do not realize the harm. Take Plateau State, for example. Pre-2001, we not only had the secularization of the system and spaces. When you go to places like Tutuwada, you have kids who are 18, 19, 20. Their fathers were posted to come and serve in Plateau from other places, but they don't know who their fathers are. The exploitation that comes with the abuses of human rights and what the radar framework as robust as it is not working. What are the contexts, therefore, of our problems? Nigeria itself grapples with multifaceted security challenges. 1 minute we are talking Muslim ticket. Next morning we are sharing dollars that does not have an ethnic or religious dimension. The truth of the matter is that balancing the imperative of national security with the protection of individual rights possesses a challenging complexity, a very challenging one. Perception plays a role. How we view these issues, what we see the issues to be. Someone who spoke to me several months ago, he said, what pains him, and I wish I didn't have to say this because it's too obvious in the audience, is that Jos Law started collecting bribe. I said, I don't understand, but they are Nigerians. He said, no, when they started, they were not Nigerians. Our perception, our viewpoint, the way we see things, the role the security agencies play within the context of human rights, especially individual rights, preserving national security. We ask the question, what is national security? Our inter-audience say to you, reflect on which comes first. Very deep conversation. Is it the rule of law or national security? At what point does national security supersede the rule of law? And at what point is the rule of law very paramount? Which gives part to which? The tough conversation of the swift and effective responses to security challenges are essential. Yes, we do agree. But to what extent are we maintaining stability? If we are upholding the rule of law while preserving national security, are the agencies operating within the confines of the same rule of law? What are the rules of engagement? Social media provides space, new learning, as the world advances. But then it makes a caricature in terms of practicality of some of the things we see. I'm sure a few of us would have seen in the last 1 week a trend that says how to do a police officer. His badge was be shown to his strength and blah 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 and all this. And somebody put underneath there. So the man who is not a police officer will now know how to also behave like a police officer. In other words, this balancing act, because of inherent tensions, lies in a need for robust security measures. But why do we want to keep those measures? The question is, how do we navigate these delicate hours? For those who are a bit of the older generation, and for my own age, I would apply that those who had seen the good old 80s, when 90s started to get bad, you will agree with me that seeing a military officer was because the military were the ones in charge. But there were expectations. But today, there is a consciousness of arms everywhere. With my brother and friend, Dr. Chris Quaja, we had privileges of working within the Presidential Committee on Small and Light Arms. And if you know the amount of such acts that are in Plateau State alone, you begin to marvel. You will pick up an AK-47 rather than distinguish whether it's Plateau or a standard Russian issue for less than 10,000 naira. When you place individual rights, when the boy who has produced that 16 years old. Protection of human rights. Fundamentals such as right to life, liberty, dignity must be upheld. But the question today is how much is the value of a Nigerian life? It's not even what you're protecting. It's the value. If you don't value a Nigerian life, how do you protect it? For those of us who are either fathers, grandfathers, mothers, whatever, you had followed the first session before this. You ask yourself, who sells a child? But need I say that while that conversation was ongoing, one of the largest trafficking ongoing now is by agents who take everybody deep down and hide to Canada. And I think that was how a lawyer was trafficked. After you spend 10, 15 years, get a decent education from ABU, you go and work as a child care delivery service person in the UK. And you think you are going to be trafficked. Why is security are duty bound? I use that word intentionally. Duty bound to ensure that their actions do not violate constitutional rights of individuals. The question is, does the security apparatus know what individual rights are? When in the system they find themselves, they themselves are violated. You begin to question. You question the system in which promotions are delayed, remunerations are not paid, and you say to yourself, what are the root causes? I once had the privilege to ask an outgoing IG, is there a cause on balance not looking food? For those of you who are just sites, you will discover that each time the balance on the axis is painted, after 2 weeks, it unpaints itself. And it has to reflect on the people that you expect to understand those constitutional rights. The question is, when we say accountability and transparency, maintain, do security agencies understand? Do they operate within that confines? When we say accountability and transparency, we talk about respect for that public due process. Do we adhere to it? Do we ensure that individuals are treated fairly and afforded legal protection? Like in my profession, someone said to me, why don't you act as a free sheet and you know you're a psychologist? I said, people prefer to go to their pastor. Every church has a counseling line. The same thing applies to the legal profession. Why don't you take the matter to your lawyer? Every elder in the church now is a lawyer. So if I don't do well what you study for, to also become an elder in your place of worship, you might get more cases than you have to do. Training and professionalism. Adequate training. I'll first of all have to flog the NBA a little bit, but with caution, that I don't get someone's left, right, and center. The NBA conference should not be a one-off thing, having conversations like this. It should be something that is continuous. It should be something that is aimed at moving beyond the 21st century. Professionalism in handling issues, not just within the ambit of constitutional rights and individual rights, but in terms of public communication and education. I see that in contemporary times, that both the bar security agencies have also not made concerted, deliberate, intentional efforts in a way to steer public opinion to themselves. Especially in times like this when people look at the law with one eye closed. Collaboration with civil society. It's important to note that the civil society and the law does serve as a watchdog, advocating for human rights and ensuring that security agencies operate within legal boundaries. There is need for continuous evaluation. The law is not static. It's not stagnant. We need to look at what works and what doesn't work. I dare say, as I wrap up, that of course there are exemplary cases. You can talk about the repealing of the Torture Act, but you see, beyond repealing that act, we still know people are tortured day in, day out. We can look at the failure in terms of the continued operation of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad called SARS. We can also look at successes and say, oh, the domestication of the Child Rights Act, which Plato has also done, is a success. But when we look, we begin to say how successful has that been. I wouldn't have ended this conversation without talking about the National Human Rights Commission. Privileged to have a conversation with Karen. And I said to him, he seemed to have found his voice since he left the National Human Rights Commission. And he said to me, my brother, it's unfortunate that when you hold authority, you are binded by the realities of life. So whether you like it or not, the National Human Rights Commission, as an act, as an institution, has failed. I say that without any apology. They didn't fail because they wanted to fail, but they failed because of limited resources. They failed because of insufficient support. They have failed because of the challenges that we call the Nigerian factor. So what should we do? How do we look at policy considerations? How do we look at public policies and awareness? Interestingly, this is the only country where in 2023, they still tell you to bring 17 copies of the MOU or a hard copy. And yet we still have conversations around whether the presidency, when they submitted the budget, was something in the works or there was not. Do we indeed want to have a comprehensive police reform? I'm sure God will speak to that. Are we deliberate about a regular review of our legislation? While I sat at the bar there, I gossiped with a legal man when somebody was making a comment here. And we were talking about retaliation. I found out that the crowd was excited when they said the woman should beat the man. Forgetting that some of us are not really men. Not because we don't want to be men. When you don't have the money in your pocket, you are not a man. And when your wife beats you in that regard, it's worse than domestic violence. When your shop brings this result and you are not looking at it, you are looking at the tuition, you are not a man. You deserve empathy. And that conversation led to the question of what is appropriate retaliation. How do we retaliate? How do we balance? Because some of the laws we keep saying are still stale, archaic, and not applicable. International collaboration. I've spoke at length on training and capacity building. Swift implementation of reforms. I'm happy that the Chief Justice of the state, my very friend and senior brother, is here. We need to be intentional. Nigeria still remains one of the few countries where we still use green, blue, red Bibles. What that simply means in English is that depending on who has for 10 years and is not moved, accountability mechanisms, international human rights standards. We need to see that the National Human Rights Commission, amongst many others, are working. Collaborative efforts I spoke about. Beyond involving legislative amendments and enhanced training for security personnel and legal practitioners. I end this by talking about, again, public perception. Public perception because we need to ask what is bias, what is sentiment. Where does it play a role in the rule of law and national security? We can go on and on ranting about right to life, right to food, right to this, right to that, and all that. If the Nigerian chooses not to be Nigerian enough, if we don't understand the implications of a just and fair society, The reason, not necessarily because of the greener pasture, because from where you are, you don't even know the color it is. Most of us have become color blind. We just want to move, which is why in Nigeria commits 15, 20, 30 million to relocate and go live in a tree. And then his same fundamental rights for which he has run from Nigeria is abused in another society. We need to keep ourselves into asking what really are the issues. Is it about rights abuse, or is it about the orientation of understanding what our rights are? Distinguished members of the bar and the bench, I'd like to take my seat, which is neither a bench nor a bar. Thank you very much.
If you're one who would judge a book by its cover, then when it comes to Dr. Prince Charles Dixon, you will be misled. I had to, at a point, to have a conversation with him, to sit under his teaching, and this man is just impeccable. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, we can be sounding our applause for taking us. Appreciate So going into the discussion proper, we'll be calling our discussants in the order that is presented on the face of the program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Mr. Yaku Tari, the Director, Current Affairs, PMTV.
Sorry.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the honor and privilege to stand before you. I have 10 minutes, but I think I was speaking for less than that. I remember my essay rate, have to do summary. And the broadcast journalism, we don't do long reports, we do short reports so that people understand the issues distancing. By the time you have the long report, people will not lose the essence of the story. It's paper that has taken us into the journey of what we undergo in Nigeria. I'll focus more on solution, because most of the conversation in Nigeria is about the problems. We always talk about the problems without also looking at what can we do. Every day, everywhere, these communities take place. But whether we understand them or not, how do we solve this problem? The first is that we need to, part of the issue we need to address is to come together. To have a multi-stakeholder initiative to address, to implement human rights issues. Without that, people will be working across purposes. Like you mentioned, I can't remember exactly the number of security agencies in Nigeria. So they are growing in number by the day. So if you don't have a clear understanding, if they don't come together, you have some problem. A recent experience I had was to chair PR Christmas tree night. We wanted everyone to come to have all the security agencies to come. But that proved very difficult. Each tries to be superior to the other. So in giving command, in mapping out the area, it became very difficult. Everybody was looking at themselves as in charge of this area, was superior to the other. It was on the last day that we had that it was difficult for us to communicate. When it came to the program, coordination has happened. So in practice, that stakeholder coordination should take place so that we must also look at building trust. Not all security agencies are bad. When people do well, you commend them. There are good security officers. Like he said, he was amazed that somebody would say, good evening and wish you again. Wish him well as he drives. It's considered not part of the Nigerian system that those people who are supposed to take care of you will also respect you. So why not give a good compliment to security officers? Why not give a good compliment for somebody? Each time I ask people, when they get angry at security people, I ask them, if somebody disrespects you at your duty post, how do you feel? By the time you approach the checkpoint, you are already found. So the man has been there under the sun as long as possible. And you don't know the psychology at the stage. Some have been here for a very long time. So the mind is off what they're doing. And so people are not careful with approach. Giving compliment is a very important thing that we need to look at in our lives. And then our language. The use of language is very important. In communication, you meet somebody and you speak harshly to the person. The person is bound to respond in similar manner fashion. So we expect that once we encounter people, to mitigate some of these agitations and anger and violations, try to communicate in a language that is very simple, that in a language that is very friendly, in a language that people will understand. But once you want to show your position, members of our police mostly, most of those people who problem with security agencies, have come to discover is our approach and language. You want to place yourself as a superior being. The tendency is that you are bound to have challenges with security agents and places concerned. And if you have a problem, if you don't want to have a problem with them or you rise by it, it is always good that when you go, you begin to look at who is the most senior, who can give directive. But if you take initiatives on your own, not relate well with people, you are bound to have a lot of problems. Then we need to also, that initiative of working together is also to collect data and information. Analyze them, reports from NGOs, reports from news, what do we do with the reports? And engaging the security agencies involved. There are initiatives being taken by some security agencies. Like the police, they have the army, they have the army civil relations department. So that way you can forward information. Most cases of violation, journalists are just called to report issues, but they are not invited to have the team. The human rights defense from the MPA needs to improve on that to form a better synergy with journalists. Because you form from the beginning and you are informed and you have information that you can report them. But they just call you at the point that thing has happened or at the point of conviction. Not to just talk about conviction. Journalists were not invited to report. I'm not saying it for the first time, but most journalists were not put the picture of what is going on. And the public can know there are successes being recorded. There are challenges. Why these things don't go away, the violations don't go away? Because they are not recorded. Many security agencies will take caution when they know the issues are in the public. So we must form a synergy in such a manner that at all times you have a committee or a forum that all stakeholders meet. And the stakeholders is the traditional and religious leaders, the journalists, those with the NGOs, the lawyers, the MPA. So we want to think that yes, let us expand and involve more people. People who can take the information further than where they are. And the step down we can end up as deep artists. Because those who attend programs don't go back and give information to those who need information. The youth leaders, the women who are down the line in the villages and communities, they also need the information. I know for sure the MA at this level cannot be able to. But those, if you share information that will help start our society, information is going to trickle down to people who need the information people will work with them. Most times the knee-jerk approach we have, and people want a immediate solution, and that's why they don't see the level of progress being made. It may not be what we want, but there is progress in some areas that is being made, especially in the human. I've had encounters with the police also, And the civility is amazing, some of them, it's not all of them. So the black congregation of people also puts them in a position of defense. If you don't appreciate somebody, you expect that the person may not appreciate you. So, then we have a formal way of getting information, of consistency in getting information and relating to security agencies. We want to relate with them mostly when something happens. And we must have an attitude of also trying to report issues that they happen. Violation will happen, but how many people are going to report? Violation will happen, but how many people want to go forward? The perpetrator and the victim. Mostly, if the perpetrator knows that sanctions will make it, they will not get it. We had an encounter some years back. A military man was sent on duty and went out of his duty to beat somebody. It was reported. Most of the security men will carry out some of these things. So getting information across the necessary. We as journalists, we as together with lawyers, together with security agents, and every other member of society, must see the humanity in all of us and try to protect it. Not because we have this particular duty, but because this is your responsibility to see and report. When you say you see something, you say something. It means that you take action. You may not be in a position to enforce, but when you go further, you pass the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, we will be sounding applause and appreciate the people time. So you really stop the time. Just the nick of time. Thank you. It is said that expensive eats come in small packages, and I assure you the next personality will be to gain knowledge through this presentation or discussion. Mostly from air, and I will say that this man is just endowed, blessed. He is knowledgeable and he knows what activity is about. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Jerome Beauty, staff welcome to Steve.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol duly observed. My special request is CJ of Plateau State and other global people around. Should require the back and the benches are falling. Society are falling. Of his finger. And I can tell you also without my smile that the great Lord to touch it with a finger and also be able to accept the gospel is asking of them now. Moving from that area, I want to recommend the book of Isaiah chapter 1 for us to know the road that we have to take. Especially if you look at verses 17 and 23, it talks about the priests, which are the kings that we have in our society. He said a great number of them are rebellious, a great number of them are company of thieves, and a great number of them. Recently, your chief state governor that was a product of judicial pronouncement suddenly decided to sack the CJ of the state and recommend another person to be taken. I want to appreciate the role played by the Bar Association in that state. So we must critically analyze the fact that we have a role to play either from the bed or from the back. And what if there wouldn't have been anything like something national conference in Nigeria if the Nigerian Bar Association, under the leadership of Lay, allowed. Secondly, we cannot also talk about the current activism that we see in Nigeria without talking about people like Hanifa. On the rich question to ask ourselves, look at the back and also at the bench. Where are the voters? Where are the lawyers of the part of the people? Because if our lawgiver or lawmakers or security agents will not trample more on the right, including the lawyers. Because if a lawyer can be what? What did that say? Traffic. Your right also can be traffic. And we've seen many instances where security agents have beaten up either lawyers or if you judges. In this country, a whole Supreme Court judge, in most recent time, come out with a clear statement where only one person is also doing what? Capturing the whole system of law making and who enforces law in this country. If it does not go down, we must be able to take a differential. And what is that differential that we must take? Now, what let me ask you two questions. How many of us in the last 1 year have taken any case that we call in the balance of society public interest litigation? If we have not been doing so, let's take it as part of our results from here, that we are going to practice it and giving it in a different chamber. That this in a year, we should be able to take one case, not on the basis of the commerciality that is a public interest litigation. If we are not ready to do that, very soon, our judges will be beating up even in the chambers of their chambers. Secondly, it is also very important that human rights committee to be able to also apply and have a word for lawyers and also people on the bench that have also tried in the areas of promoting human rights. Thirdly, it's also very important at individual level that we also promote our to have follow cases that they have to take on the basis of any act. Because if you read out the story, it is acted on follow lawyers. If you're able to get lawyers and take on those cases, it will be enough. Having said this, I don't want to waste much time. Is to tell us clearly that the way our manner Nigeria is going, if a whole city of a federation can be trafficked at the point, if the Senate president at the point can be trafficked at the point, it's just a matter of time that the judges will so be trafficked in the upper chambers. And fundamentally, what is to be our area of interest? Because if you don't make sure that you have the right person as the governor, as president, it's a matter of time they will clone all the judiciary. You've seen it in the past week. We did it, Abeshi did it, and recently the current governor tried it. If not for the case that they have resolved within themselves. But what can I say in essence? We must take interest in who rules us to make sure that they are not companies of thieves. And they are not rebellious in themselves against the people. Secondly, it's also very important that we take interest in the economic part. I'm listening to so many contributions that part of what is creating problem is poverty. But I've always argued that poverty itself is not a problem. The greatest poverty is the poverty of the mind. If you don't have poverty of the mind, you're able to educate yourself. Be formal education or informal education. The most important thing is that we must not encourage poverty of the mind. And how you say so, it's very important that the citizen will be the focus of our activity. I'm very happy that Mr. Kuala will be coming in to tell us how to commercialize our activity. But my greatest question for him before I leave is that when the chairman of NLC in this state was accused of murdering, I think a person, was it commercialization that was his interest? He was able to sit down and that man later became somebody at the national level. So what I'm saying in essence is that we must learn to deviate from them now. Because no matter the dollar today, if you don't have the acceptance of the people, it amounts to nothing. We've seen in this country where a general retiring from army was killed just few hours to return to battle. So you can commercialize whatever practice you are doing. If you don't have the acceptability of the people, it will amount to a waste. So my appeal to every one of us today is that let's take interest in the issue of human rights. Because every human right that is violated at one point affects you directly or indirectly. Or if you say because you are privileged today and you are not affected, what about your
your case at the end of the day is just the monetary aspect. And you leave the human aspect of your calling. It doesn't matter if you be a victim. I'm not praying that we be a victim, but we've seen it in this country that most of the lawyers that have promoted people in this country have never ended. And the greatest threat to democracy today is the judiciary. And why? As we are encouraging these people that don't deserve to govern us, don't deserve to be excellent or honorable, if you encourage them to be in the office, it's just a matter of time they will get back at you. It's just a matter of time they will close the judiciary. It's just a matter of time at the end of the day they will come with time. So what am I saying is, we desperately need people that will change the norm and change the narrative and begin to move to activism. Because either we like it or not, beyond election and nobody, the street activities is also very, very important. Every law, the issue of law globally, have been an outcome of the street activity. What is that? The result of law is to the intent and purpose that where we need to also come out to organize, we will be able to organize ourselves sufficiently against every. Yes, this type of conferences, is good, but it's not enough in itself. Where we need to lead, like the Nigerian Bar Association of the Federal, we should do the same thing. We should not wait for anything to consume us. Because evil in itself is evil. And whatever dimension you take is evil. You either do it now, or all of us will live to regret it. I don't pray that we regret it, but let's learn to do the right thing as well. Promote justice, promote law, and promote equity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Marries the scripture with issues. It's not alien to me because I've had the privilege to listen to him, like I said earlier on. Yeah? And he did say when he came here, so distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, the resounding applause, let's appreciate it. Thank you so much. Before the next discussion comes forward, may I please those and foyer close to the kindly find somewhere to sit. Kindly find somewhere to sit. The words is becoming noisy. Some people are paying keen attention so that they can be impacted. Kindly just find somewhere to sit. It's becoming rowdy. So those at the foyer, kindly find somewhere to sit. Thank you so much. Quickly, there's a missing identity card here. Plateau State Judiciary High Court of Justice. The name is FIDA Abdullah Hussein Ibrahim. So just in case, I wouldn't want to mention it by notes, right? Just in case we know that individual. There's an identity card there. Quickly, I would like to call our next discussion, who is the director of Clean Foundation, Mr. Guy Peter Sharp.
I went to start on the existing protocol. Earlier part of this year, I had the privilege of speaking at the National Conference of the NBA on this reform. I'll kind of on my conversation based on that presentation to what I would say here. And I'm just going to make some quick points to say that the Nigerian state and the Nigerian government is a major threat to human rights, major threat to national security, and major threat to national protection by inaction and actions. Now, when we look at the structural imbalance of Nigeria itself, it's a fundamental challenge to security. And you cannot be speaking about the nation, talking about national security, talking about security, when the very intent of government and all of its action prove otherwise. You cannot have a country where you have 6 million, 7 million, and a particular and it says okay. You cannot have a Nigerian state where a point of Sokoto can get admission and a point of Nnewi cannot get the same admission because it's coming from. You cannot have a Nigerian state where security agents have and run with a lot of impunity southern part of the country, and you come to the northern part of Nigeria, there's 0% of that kind of impunity, and you expect there to be peace. And so as you look around this country every day, you wonder how we are able to function as a people with the way and manner we operate with different attitude and approach to governance. If I cannot be a president of Nigeria because of where I come from, and somebody feels better to be a president of Nigeria, that's a threat to national security itself. And so while we look at our security agencies of abusing fundamental rights of people, we equally need to ask ourselves what the orientation that they have. We did a research recently on post-exile protests. The people in northern part of Nigeria have slightly no idea about SARS protests. Why? And I give you this research to do. If you travel from Jos to Kano, through Bauchi, Jigawa to Kano, there are literally just 5 checkpoints. By every 10 kilometers, there's a police checkpoint. Is that a fair nation? Why do you show one region and fear another region? What explanation do you give yourself for that kind of action? If you go to the second Niger Bridge, as I speak to you now, sorry, the first Niger Bridge, you see some trended routine security of the identity at that part of the bridge. Do you see that in another part of the country? Recently, just yesterday night, we hear about the Nigerian Army accepted responsibility of killing yourself. Time is happening, it may not be the last time. We had the same issue in an IDP camp in Meduguri. We had the same issue in Nasarawa, and it's happening now in Ghana. And I'm not going to speak to you as lawyers, learning people again. I want to speak to you as Nigerians. What has been your response to those issues in the incident happening? Whose responsibility is it to speak out? And therefore, the way and manner we run this country, we either become casualties or become victims of the system. Because whatever immunity you have today may not last a lifetime. And so we need to keep asking ourselves this fundamental question. Where are the rules of engagement? National security, security agencies, you and I present are all products of the law. So at what point we want to keep the law aside and take the laws into our hands and become a jungle where dogs eat dogs? And therefore, until we move to the level of intelligence and technology, the situation where security agencies, in the name of national security, kill innocent people. And common sense will tell you now, if I create any problem in this room, I know it's safer for me to run away. When security agents come here, they are likely to catch 99% of people they are going to catch are people that don't know anything about. Yet these are the people that are going to suffer the consequences of the action of the few. And therefore, as a nation, we need to keep asking ourselves this question. Where do we want to be? How do we want people to project and see us? When they do give employment to police, how many to Plateau State get? How many to Igbo get? How many to Lagos get? When you do the same employment in TSS, what's the ratio per state? When you do the same employment in which, what's the ratio per state? And so the threat to national security is not the group of people that we see every day. It's the structure of the Nigerian state that we need to address. And until we address that structure of the Nigerian state, there is somebody like Peter Obi can campaign and win an election. We're not going to go anywhere. We keep having this kind of conversation. And Nigeria is signating all manners of international treaty and laws. But we need to respect what we are signing. At the peak of Boko Haram, when the Nigerian state killed the first leader of Boko Haram, while the Nigerian government was being arrogant and telling people that what they did was right, the then Minister of Justice was beginning begging. A colleague that was there printed and scanned a copy of the data of that thing that was sent to several us in Nigeria. Yet we are showing that we are strong people and yet we are weak in our action. And this lady explained why we buy weapons with things that we cannot use. Because the international community do not have competence and ability to manage ourselves. We cannot be the most populous black nation on earth with all of the human resources we have, yet we are not able to govern ourselves and do ourselves in a better way than what we are doing. And therefore, we can go around this circle and keep having this conversation. You cannot do Operation Python in the southeast part of Nigeria And the same issue will happen in other parts of the country are different. I mean, justice demand that it should be fair across board to everybody. And therefore, when we talk about the push and pull factor that make people do what they don't need to do, it's at the center of it is governance. And we cannot have a Nigeria where governance is not working. For everybody, the contestation of who become a government president will be less. Because I'm sure that it doesn't matter what my name is, what my tribe is, whether I'm a man or a woman, that the factor. And the second reason why we fight every day is because the national thing is not good to everybody. If you go to state where all of them are Christians, you'll be divided whether you are Anglican or Catholic. If you go to another state where all of them are Muslims, the argument is are you share member or you are Tijaniya or where you come from. And at every point in time, you keep dividing ourselves and we keep having issues. Now you want to look at the issue of security. Why you want to blame the military and the police for taking certain action against the state or the citizens? What kind of training do they have? What kind of equipment do they have? What kind of motivation do they have? And so the picture is endless. The security agencies we see in this country are the product of the Nigerian state. And therefore, to begin to that level where we are addressing this issue holistically, we're looking at it across the board. We are addressing the issues that affect everybody. This kind of conversation with actually. And therefore, as lawyers, we must move on from where it was time to the street to protest what they need to protest. Because other people will not protest for you. Your protest in court, your protest must be on the street too. That people need to see that you're part of the system and you're angry about the injustice that we see. And therefore, the challenges are enormous. And we all have a responsibility to address these issues. Because you may be protected today, tomorrow you end up with other security agents around you. Who is going to protect you? And therefore, whatever issue we're discussing this afternoon is an issue that affects the complete existence of this country. And we all need to speak up, we all need to address it and ensure that we have a responsible system that is working. A system that is accountable, a system that is responsible, and the issue of transparency and accountability is an issue that we must not take for granted when we're discussing the issues of security in Nigeria. And we learn from our mistakes. We learn from the past. If you declare another set of Nigeria terrorists, and then you have a bandit taking over your own part of the state, and you're still managing that person with a keep close, is that justice? We cannot run a system like that. Provide your need to walk. Some people are kept in prison because of their from a particular. The same offense in different locations have the same different interpretation. Because it's the son and daughter of nobody, why the person is the son and daughter of somebody. If you go to CPN and other places, who are those people that are getting employed? Is it the daughter and the son of those support that are here? I mean, so the Nigerian state, fundamentally, we need to interrogate this Nigerian state and agree as a people, how do you want to become and how do you want to run this country? So for me, in conclusion, and I'm sure we all know this food saying, you must come to give, you must come to Canaan. As we continue to demand to be responsible, as we continue to push for a just and system, we must demand for social justice, we must demand for accountable governance, we must demand for an inclusive governance, because that's the only way we're going to address the threat to national security, that's the only way we're going to ensure that our security agencies are working for us. I end by saying, history naturally has a place for all of us. History will judge you for your actions or inactions. But history will forgive you if you try and fail and not try and done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was Mr. Brad, Director of the Foundation. Thank you for raising some stadium points, sir. Thank you so much. Quickly, to our last discussant for the day or for this session, I'd like to call one of our own. In fact, he is the Vice Chairman of the NDHS branch in Northern Pacific Board,
Mr. Akila Kashan. Please, please stand up.
Permit me to recognize in a special way my love to the children of Plateau State. I must single you out for special commendation. At the commencement of today's program, this is leadership by example and legacy you're leaving behind for younger ones to follow. Having said that, permit me to rely on the already established protocol. First of all, let me start by citing few instances where the activities of security agents have violated, in fact, not only violated, but grossly violated the rights of Nigerians. Although some of the discussants have mentioned some of these, but I am just saying it for emphasis. The already strained relationship between the police and the press. In Nigeria, at many occasions, the police see themselves as enemies of the press. The relationship is more or less that of cat and rat. They don't see face to face. Secondly, we have also seen instances where we know that certainly bail is free, provided the offense is bailable. Security agents will demand for money. I'm happy the Nigerian Bar Association, under the able leadership of our chairman, we have already engaged the Plateau State Police Commissioner, and we have been given that assurance that instances like that, he will do his best to ensure things like that don't happen. I have also had the privilege of discussing with a former Inspector General of Police while he was still in office, Sir Mike Mbama Okiru. He said emphatically that nobody should give any police money for bail. In fact, he went to the extent of giving out his numbers that if you see any reports, unfortunately, the trend is still ongoing, but I'm sure with more. We have also seen the strained relationship between the police and student union bodies. Way back in the early 80s, where we saw students unrest at Ahmadu Bello University area. It happened. The police went to the extent of fire. They shot and killed some students. That, I believe, amounts to killing a fly with a sledgehammer. Recently again, we saw how the incumbent president of the Nigerian Bar Association, NLC, Nigerian Labour Congress, Comrade Joe Ajibo, was brutally manhandled by the police in Imo State. In fact, that was one of the reasons that led to the last strike. When it comes to issues like this, although I know the focus is with Nigeria, but permit me to also cite one example where security agencies have always been at loggerheads with trade union bodies. This has also happened beyond the shores of Nigeria. The revered former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela, was also detained in several places by the police before he was eventually sent to jail. In fact, to quote from his biography, on the eve of his wedding to his wife, his estranged wife, Winnie Mandela, her father told her that knowing the background of the kind of person you're getting married to, always having issues with this, being locked up from one police station facility to the other, you must be prepared. And to quote Mandela's father-in-law, he said, if your husband is a wizard, you must be a witch. If your husband is a wizard, you must be a witch. Which by implication simply means she must prepare herself to face the kind of challenges associated with her husband's job. We also, as the Human Rights Committee of the NBA, recently there was a report to us of a Nigerian citizen, particularly of Plateau State extraction. This man is resident in Bauchi, and suddenly some people came and accused him of being a witch. That he's into. How can you do that? They went to the extent of denying him access to his place of worship, that he cannot be in that church again. We stepped in as a committee, Human Rights Committee, linked up and served the paramount ruler of that community with a letter, reaction notice. Because initially he was part of it, but as soon as he got our letter, he washed up his hands and told those people he is no longer, by the grace of God, the settlement is about being concluded. We received a report of a man who has been a tailor. He has been sewing for them for several years. Suddenly, one of the personnel he never knew was supplying these uniforms to people who were criminally minded. A family man with 4 children, the breadwinner of that family, he has been detained for over 3 weeks now. That also we are stepping in to see how we can, come to the rescue of this man. Having said this, permit me to quickly also offer some solutions. One, educating the citizenry is key. Because if every citizen is properly educated, he or she knows his or her rights, there will be a limit to which the rights of such a person can be violated. Secondly, there is need for a stronger synergy among the key stakeholders like the National Human Rights Commission, NAPTI, that is National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, the National Orientation Agency, the Legal Aid Council of Nigeria, as well as the great FIDA. Thirdly, it is also very important that security officers who are found wanting should be prosecuted and made to face the full wrath of the law. I have had cause where a convoy of a former minister, Chief Dabo Sarumi, who was Minister of Information, ran into a couple who had just wedded. They were on their way to the reception, and these couple, they were killed, the husband and his wife. I have had cause to ask security officers on convoy, why do you drive so dangerous? The reason reason I was giving this. The essence is to intimidate anybody who is having any sinister motive with a plan to either attacking the government or any the person depending on the head of that company. So on this, having said this, it is my honor and privilege to make this little contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let's put this very wonderful engagement. On account of constraints of time, we will take very few comments, questions, contributions, very few. Nabdul Kufa. I can see the gentleman behind there. Please keep it short, please. Okay.
May I stand on the existing protocols? I'm Nabdul Kufa. I want to commend the discussants who done quite a lot of justice to the topic. I'm not speaking on behalf of the police, but I want to raise some issues from the discussion. I think there is need for us to now also have an intentional conversation on the need to computerize and digitalize the functions of the police and other security agencies. Somebody gave, and one of the discussants gave an example that, somebody commits a crime and then police will come and arrest maybe 90 people just to get one person. And before you get to that one person, a lot of them must have suffered. Now, if we are able to computerize our security agencies, our system, go through that. We've seen what's happening in the middle society. Even the companies have also been this security architecture. They do quite a lot of things, corporate social responsibilities, they have cameras all over, and you remain just in your office, you are able to send mails to security agencies and you are provided with the information, you share, video, share a lot of things, and you don't have to suffer. Within 24 hours, you are able to complete your investigation. That's what we are not seeing in this country. There is need for governors, deliberate and intentional cooperation with governors of states, local government chairmen, or the need for them also to use part of their security votes to ensure that we try to, a matter of fact, maybe centers of local government areas where we have a lot of people. There's need to monitor what these are squares, many centers are being useful. There's need also to know us to light up our streets. All this will help us a lot. I was taught and I believe that for you to have an almost perfect society, attain as security agencies, if the society must attain what we call certainty of arrest and certainty of conviction. And for us to get to that level, we must have this instruments and gadgets on ground to help us. And I quite agree with quite a lot of discussions here. But this, I want to put this closer. On the needs, they talk about equality. And the pressure, we like other discussants in the previous listening have also brought the issue of challenges that the security agencies, the judges and other people are facing. The question we ask is, if the son of a president, a senator, a governor, or even a local government chairman, how many of them do you think, if they are charged with some of these crimes, that some of these people are facing in jail, will still be in detention? So we must not just that. We must start the deliberate discussion. Those who are Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I stand on this protocol? My name is Joshua Bar, and I want to firstly commend the lead paper presenter and the discussant expositions. My question would be directed to Mr. Yakubu Taidi, and it is centered on the role of the media in human rights intervention. And sir, you would agree with me that apart from informing the public when activities of human rights actors like pro bono lawyers and CSOs are being publicized, they do not only inform the public, but they stand as a form of enlightenment and deterrent to others that would want to follow those ugly paths. But my question and my worry is that most times our media, they do not cooperate with these persons or organizations that undertake these human rights activities, especially on pro bono basis. When you meet media agencies, they're asking for money when they don't know that the activities you had embarked on was done pro bono, was self-funded, and when you meet them to publicize this event, they are also asking you for another money without considering the basis for that activities. So, sir, I want to ask directly what is the role of the media, especially PRTV, in publicizing these activities? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Eddie, again.
Thank you. I stand on existing protocols. Comments arising from the conversation we have all had. I do not think that we are doing enough to help Nigerians, particularly in Islamic State, know that there exists, for instance, an army public relations unit. How many of us know, even as lawyers, from infractions in Israel? Human rights desk that can be complete. Apart from few of us whom you may categorize as police practitioners, that there's a human rights desk that exists. I think there's no enough sensitization arising from this conference, for instance. Thank God we have the rapporteurs there. We should be able to do a resolution as part of the result of this conference that we, as a body, the Nigerian Bar Association, Jos branch, should do a sensitization program, not just for lawyers, but for members of the public. Check out advertorials. It's not too much for Mr. Chairman, it's not too much for the FIDA using the Human Rights Committee to check out advertorials on newsnet media. PROTV, Highland FM, 101.9, NTA, and all of it. Check out advertorials, sensitize members of the public. Let them know that there are public records and what they do in case of infraction. The Nigerian police, there's a human rights desk. What do they do? How can they assist you? Even the Nigerian Bar Association, there's a human rights committee. I don't know how many complaints the human rights committee gets on it. Yes, there are infractions everywhere. So I think arising from this conference, we must do much more. Thank you.
I think for want of time, we may have to leave it here. Sorry. But before we do that, I think I have something that is like a rider to the question the gentleman from behind asked. about the role of the media. I've always been very skeptical of public-owned media outlets. They seem to be speaking for the government in power almost all the time. Issues that concern private citizens are hardly ever reported. So I would like Mr. Yakubu to respond, because sometimes I've heard people who have said the reportage of some of our public media outfits varies with the character of the government in power. So how do we ensure that an outfit like PRTV, for example, remains committed to its task of education, enlightenment, and information dissemination, irrespective of, in fact, will PRTV be bold enough to tell the government that this particular policy is not good for the citizenry? Will you have the courage and your conviction to do that? I think this is what I have to add. Thank you. Maybe you may respond. Thank you, sir.
My position here is not, I cannot give declarative statements. But you see, the problem we have in society is that societies are framed for closely with power. It's not just about us as a media organization, but each and every Nigerian. By the time you elect a councillor, you get scared of talking to the councillor. PRTV is run by the taxpayers' money. I've had people talk to me personally about what is wrong with PRTV. And the NBC is under the bridge. Nobody has reported it. So if you don't report, nobody takes action. So all those who complain, they complain in concepts, or they attack individual staff. I cannot report my own institution. It is the duty of every citizen who feels his rights infringed to go to the there's a regulator. So if you're not comfortable, you tell the regulator what it is expected to. So we had a program, You and the Law. I think from here, I'm going to present it to the management to reactivate that program. It's not going to be only the lawyers will answer the key drivers of the program. The civil military relationship, PRTV doesn't take money from it. If we get information, most times people who want media coverage, they go through third parties. You can go to the chief executive or the person in charge of news. So you don't need to know somebody who knows somebody to get to the person. So they will come with twisted information. And if there's no clarity about an event or activity, I cannot have it covered. I need to know what you are doing and how you are doing it. So that if there are areas of advice, but each time you have a function or something happens, and those people are not in a position to give any assistance, to also explain the position of the law, the guiding principle of that organization. It's not only state-owned media or government media that behaves that. I have seen on other stations that are also speaking the truth of their paymaster. It's not all of us in Nigerian media were the same. Unlike the BBC, which is funded by the taxpayers' money directly, and us, they take responsibility. But we are afraid to tell ourselves that, look, we are paying you, you behave well. Do you have anything to report? Yes, we have. For broadcasters, it's the NBC. So nobody has reported us. Many times people see me and they attack me. I said, no. Use the law to get what you want. Use the law to make corrections. We exactly know what to help our society. We don't charge for every service. That's the people who go to third parties. These are the people who tell them you have to pay. A human rights violation would affect me tomorrow. So if I had asked for payment, when it comes to my job, who will fight for me? I've related well with FIDA. There's no program FIDA has paid for PRC. And sometimes I see the issues that fall from previous administration to the present administration of FIDA. We relate very well with them, with our watch, and all issues. So when you direct your inquiry to the right authority, you get the assistance you want. But if you want to talk to your relation like the media organization, or your friends are wrongly positioned what you want. So mostly go to people who are in authority who can give directives, who can tell you this is how we do it. Not everything that concerns this. The media needs money, like conferences like this will charge. When it comes to organized programs and activities, but when you're talking about human rights, it concerns all of us. We have the victims most of all. the right thing. We're just temporary custodians of where we are. And I'm conscious of the fact that tomorrow I will not be there, or today I will not be there. And what I need to do at the moment is do what is right, so that the people benefit from this. A lot of people who are part of that program through me have not paid anything. Because I also assess the importance and need for society. That you also ask. We need money, but it's not in all cases that you need money. You have to look at the people. Young people don't have money, but they're enterprising. So if you charge a startup, when it's high people, he doesn't give it time he wants to be known. He wants to get support to grow up. So it's not in all cases. If you follow appropriate channels, you get those results. Thank you.
I think there was some study unless there's any good. I think others will come and get just one question. Unless somebody has any of the panelists want to respond, I think our time is actually fast spent. So, sorry. Okay, fine.
Myself and God will say one or two things about police and but maybe to just say, Mr. Anya, I think I got that right. I would give you that to have a sample to raise my apologies. It would happen. I'm a happy of bad news. Each and every one of us sitting here, my question would be, have you ever seen a crime scene? Have you ever seen that blue, that yellow? Have you ever seen it before? Have you ever walked into the Nigerian police station and see a laptop? Some people say digitization, computerization, they're nice sounding words. But maybe say that if you walked into the police command in Plateau and you saw a laptop, you get scared. If you see a policeman operating a laptop, 2023, you'll be scared. So sometimes when we say some of these things, we want it to happen. It's not happening. Look, as of 2023, Nigerian police has 370,000 personnel. At 600 per hour, we're joking. When you say 370,000, I've not removed those who die VIP, those who die VVIP, then those who stay in houses, those who are missing in action. So currently for a population of about 200 million, I'm begging 200,000 policemen. Out of 200,000 policemen, sir, we have not put the number of those who got into the Nigerian police who participate certificate. Those who paid for it. Those who just found themselves there. We've also not forgotten that it's only the Nigerian police that we found out that a commissioner was a fake commissioner of police. Let's fear God sometimes. Need I also remind us very quickly that this is 2023 and nobody has been held liable for the big fraud of CCTV in Abuja. Let us also remember that in our own small plateau there was a drama at Maraba of another CCTV. Let me also remind you that as we sit down here, there is still a contestation whether it is Nigerian police force or it is just Nigerian police. I need to take this for granted, and please forgive me, and I'll tell a very short story. Everybody wants to flood the media, but we also need to understand the contexts of media ownership and censorship. For each and every one of us seated here, we are in media. So some 6-7 years ago, I tell this story. 2 young girls sat down on an evening in their bedroom. And the first girl said to the friend that when we were small, those of you who were hooked up in the sun, there's something we call it conjunctivitis, Apollo. For those of you who have my own, the urine when I was cow, it solved a lot of problems. So the girl said to her friend that when you were growing up, if you use salt, all diseases are solved. It was the early days of BlackBerry. So she went to her school and wrote, if you use salt, Ebola will be killed. They were in Lagos. People died in Bauchi. People woke up their neighbors. Many woke up friends who said take a bath of salt. Some of you here will not agree, but you do that bath. Some of this was your landlord, you didn't have a choice to do the bath. The following morning, salt became scarce. You see, when we talk about sensitization, roots and systems, we need to understand that we are who we are. And of the necessity, we need to address who we are. Happy knows that you cannot say anything of the administration of Christ and Kennedy. They don't say the realities. That is the ownership and censorship. It is the taxpayers' money. But you see, social spaces has provided for what it is. Now, this is a final route. I know we do have, in fact, I think where the office is. Civil society, the public service itself is conservative in nature. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you wouldn't do so. Each time you ask a public officer for an interview, he is looking for approval. He doesn't talk. How much more the military of police? But these days, sir, people being made PPPR, state distribution of PPPR of police, is a political exercise. It depends on who you know and where you come from. Like God put it, where you come from determines what in the security apparatus or structure is a fundamental flaw. Until whether you're a Christian or people who can help the SEC, we're still playing like I don't have to be politically correct because I don't get anything from government. And I don't have to talk from one side of my mouth. When you attend the security architectural meeting and you can speak Hausa without any other person feeling sidelined, this ethnic parabolism and jingoism will not help anybody. When your father is a retired judge, you will move. You see, those of us who are not learned mind, we are becoming content even on learning because the things learned mind are beginning to astound to learning. Thank you.
Yeah, quickly, what I'm just looking at is that the Nigerian police, by its origin, is a product of Nigerian masters. And when you created the Nigerian police, they didn't create it to serve the interests of the people, but that is the Nigerian master. And so they were forced to go down south and force people to do cash crop that the Nigerian master would benefit from. And so addressing the issue of the Nigerian police, we need to change them from serving the state to serving the people. And therefore, once we make them center and people oriented, we may not be any kind of result. And I absolutely agree with you that we need to introduce technology. If you have technology, you don't need to torture me before I say the truth. Technology will do it. If there's technology, you and people will be changing the traffic light. Because we might have a ticket will be government will charge it. So minimize interaction with the agency. If there's technology, you can track criminals. Use the traffic through their phone. So it's going to give you that utility that when they need to flog people, you need to chase people that they are criminals. Lastly, too, on the issue of the media, and I was completely thank Tadi here at PITV. When I was working with him for human rights several years ago, I know the media gave us support when it comes to the issue of impunity and violation of human rights. That organization and gave us that detailed human rights organization that violation of human rights and demand for justice. And I think that we need to support the media to work on us. Yes, the media depend on money they give. You can relate with them and be able to get that support from them. Because those days when we like they can see reporting it on this policemen, we copy the media. The fact that the MPA, the NUG and other people are going to is that they see this always on top of the situation to ensure justice for the people. So I just want to add by saying that the change we're looking for in terms of security of this country must come from all of us demanding for it. That the TSL, the Nigerian military, and any other arm of the security agency must increase their collaboration, must increase their coordination, and must increase their networking. But more importantly, they must work for the people and not for the state. So So that it doesn't matter who is the president or not. During Buhari era, we had all the service to the majority of them outside people. Now Tinubu is on the control. And we're hearing that the majority of his appointments goes one direction. Are you going to blame him? He has left from somewhere. But is that how a country should be? No. The answer is that the country needs to be accountable to everybody. And professionality, merit should be avoidable. That's the only way this national security issue will work. You cannot expect that you have that 6 days of the federation. And expectedly that every city is supposed to represent one state. But you have 10 cities, for example, for a particular region, or even do for a particular state, and that's the number. When we talk of national security, we have to address that issue. If people don't have that centrality of focus and feel a sense of autonomy. So I think the issues are a lot, but we cannot address all. But we can address one fundamental issue that will solve all of these problems in the government. Thank you. I think we need to give them a bigger round of applause. Because we have another session coming up immediately after this. I think this is where we have to leave it. Gentlemen, sincerely appreciate you for your time and your intellectual contribution. Please, let's appreciate them as we step up. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, we want to appreciate you all again for staying put. We've been very patient since the commencement of today's event. We sincerely appreciate you. We have one more session to go, but before we do that, we have presentations to make. But even before the presentation itself, we want to recognize someone who has traveled from another jurisdiction to join us, to felicitate with us on the occasion of the Law Week. On the occasion of the Law Week, and he is no other person than a friend of our branch, Mazi Afam Osiwe, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who have introduced him. And I would like to give him an opportunity. He can't live where he left to come and stay here without saying a word. So I want us to appreciate him as we give him an opportunity to come and say something. You're most welcome. Let us serve.
May I have your witness? And in the course of the journey, when the taxi started dispossessing her of her property. When they found out she was a lawyer, they became angry and all bad. Obviously, part of the problem in our society is that lawyers are a problem. And this has happened to two other lawyers in the FCT. The last week, a friend of mine, when he posts on social media, it's called G. Kerewan's law firm. And he said he was traveling by road from New York to Mumbai. And he was advised to remove his suit and wear some kind of native or traditional wear. Because that dressing as a lawyer would put in a day. So when I came in here this morning, I saw that the topic for discussion or the theme of the conference of the law is law policy, a checker policy. And I listened to the other conversation. It brought home to me again. There's a most in the legal profession. We
in some house cleaning, contributing to rebuilding the nation. And whether I want to acknowledge it or not, whether I want to argue from now till ever that public opinion has nothing to do with judgments of God. The truth must be told that the public perception of what we lawyers and respectfully judges do has not made for better Nigeria. And like Benjamin Disraeli said, say justice is to take action. As long as those who are the consumers of our services are not for so long will our standing in society be. And it doesn't matter whether we are doing the right thing. What matters is their perception of it, and we should only do our best to make for a better perception so that people will believe that our courts are courts of justice, not courts of judgment. And that when they courts give judgment, they call judgments represent the fact and the law. And so I'm glad that I've been part of this conversation, I've listened to the session on trafficking. Also, the last session, we got extensively on law enforcement, policing, and so many other things. And to say that we must continue to hold this conversation, but importantly, go beyond having a conversation to be the change that we deserve. To make a better society, society expects much from lawyers. And our lawyers in Nigeria should not be like a Pharaoh who was appointed to fill the Bible. Nigeria is one. And we should be able to say, like the disciples said to Jesus, while they were in the boat sinking and Jesus was sleeping, care you not that we perish. Care you not as well as Nigeria. Have a lot to do with Nigeria. Thank you for inviting me to be part of the program, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to share the thoughts about this community who are not the panelists. Mr. Chairman, congratulations to you and your team. And indeed, members of the come down the land moment and to say that we should otherwise be in the right position. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that good message. At this point, while we switch, we take some presentations to people who participated in the first and second sessions. So I'll call the planning committee chairman to handle this session. Please don't go away. We have the last session coming, which promises to be very interesting, if not more interesting. So don't go away.
So that we move fast. We'll have the awards to our panelists. The next panel. Please can I have the awards? The person to make the first presentation is my Lord Justice A. Wasi. My Lord, whom I have also made the first presentation to Mrs. Olivia Dazan. Mrs. Olivia Dazan.
On behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association, Jos Branch, this award is presented to you, Mrs. Olivia Dazan Esquire. Be an award for a paper presented at the 2003 Nigerian Bar Association, Jos Branch.
Thank you, Madam. The second award, the second presentation is to Mr. Alex Agada of the NAPI. I'll call on the former Speaker of the House of Assembly, Right Honorable Joshua Madaki, to make the presentation. Mr. Alex Agada, NAPI. Yeah, the former Speaker has been here since yesterday, and thank you very much for being here. Okay, and next, I want to be named by the first speaker is to proceed. Put that one chin, the honorable speaker will make that one.
Privilege on behalf of the 2023 Working Committee of the Jos Law to present this award for your participation as a discussant in this year's program.
My Lord, this is empty command has been present everywhere in this topic. So, my Lord, because of you, kindly make this presentation to Mrs. Ngozi Echilemu. Except I just say it was it has been with us. We are so grateful, my Lord.
I'm privileged to make this presentation to you from behalf of the NBA Jos branch on recognition of your service, not only to FIDA but to the Nigerian Bar Association. Congratulations.
I'll call on the former first vice president of the Nigerian Bar Association to make the next presentation to the deputy representative of the human rights of the session, Prince Charles Dixon. I'll call on another past chairman of this branch, and the make the next presentation in junior to give. Mr. Kutali.
Yes, I'm honored to be called upon to present this on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association. And I trust that to provide an group will never be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Another past chairman of this branch, Mr. Lawrence Akanya, will make the next presentation, Mr. Steve Aluko. He has been with us, he's a friend of the Nigerian Bar Association.
Before I make the presentation, Steve Aluko reminds me of what happened in Benton State Tuesdays during the House of Assembly when P.A. Alegbe was speaker. Bob Jerry had gotten up to make a statement in the House, and Alegbe was looking at him. When he finished, he said to the House, I didn't know that even though Akojalo was enjoying in height, he was Gagatuan in intelligence. On behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association, I present this award to you for your exemplary talk. Thank you very much.
I almost forgot that we had a session today, and I told FIDA sorry that if men don't promise to appoint them to vote for them, they shouldn't vote for those people. I will call on the FIDA secretary, Mrs. step to make the next presentation to Shabaki.
So, on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association, I'm honored to present this day to you, rendering our communities for your presentation today and all that you've been doing to impact our communities.
As lawyers, but I think we make an exception. Let the clients pay us, put the money in the bank, when we finish the money, then we keep it. Straight ahead, we make the presentation for the next session. This session started before the QE, before service. Then we take the pictures before some of our guests want to go, they have something to do. I'll call on our mother, I'll call on the past General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association to make the next presentation to our next lead presenter, H.M. Bola. I'll call on Mr. Abba to make this presentation. So you say I should need money for the case. The Bola said I should need money for the case.
Mr. Harrison, well, on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association, Jos Branch, present this award to you for your paper presentation and this is your way, which I understand is quite significant. So to be correct.
Mr. Ayuba Aki becomes the next person to make his discussion in the next session. I will call on. We have a colleague from Benin who came today. He does sing in Jos, but thank God he is now very okay. So if you make the next presentation, sir, Albert Osaje from Benin branch. See here, our colleague from Benin. Okay, Mrs. Ojoke, please, you help us make the next presentation.
Sorry, I was thinking of yes, but I'm so privileged to be presenting this flag to one of us that in many ways they are distinguished themselves. I have known this name, they have not have put it on the face, and I'm happy that I'm putting it on the face through this commission. I'm so happy. I'm privileged to present this to you by the Nigerian Bar Association and the Law Week Planning Committee. Thank you very much. Continue to do and improve on what you are doing very well. Yes.
Our colleague from Benin is here. We make the next presentation to Mr. Pama and Lere. What we saw in the hospital yesterday, we are so happy that God has made it and helped. That's what we are strong as.
Seniors of the Jos branch. My name is Usaini Owaike, and I'm from the BD branch. On behalf of the committee, I present this award to you.
paper presenters, the discussants, the past national officers of the branch, sorry, of NFE who are here, serving national officers, past chairman of this branch, my lords who are here to come and join us on this, this program. Past chairman of this branch.
Okay, from the first session, the discussants from the first session, please. That is Mrs. Fiatu, Mrs. Fudofanchi, MNI, Mrs. Achilefu, and those who were participants in the first session. Past chair, my lords here present. Please, everyone should maintain status quo except for the discussants, Mrs. Fiatia and Mrs. Fudofanchi. You can take your seat. Everyone should please maintain status quo. Then we'll call on the next session. That was the human rights session. Maybe all of them are gone. Yes. Okay, so quickly we'll take the last session, although we have not taken the last, the discussants and the lead presenter, which is Mr. Lere and Mr. Yorko. Okay, the former speakers are on the reminder, please join in Mr. Yorko. But this group photograph does not seem to be gender sensitive.
All right, thank you. Go into the lab practitioners, remuneration for business, legal service, foundation for that 2023. Or worldwide practitioners. And they have chosen a consummate legal practitioner to discuss this. And so I have the singular honor and privilege of inviting to the high table the lead presenter, Mr. Harrison N. Wala. Please let's welcome him. Let's welcome him as he comes over. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. And the gentleman that will help discuss his paper this afternoon are our friends and brothers, Mr. Ayuba J. Dupont. Please let me ask again as we welcome Mr. Ayuba J. Dupont and Mr. Panda Mark Leren. Let's welcome him together. Let's welcome them. Please, let's pay attention as they delve into the heart of this presentation. All right. Without much ado, may I invite the lead presenter, a little senior HN Kuala. You're welcome. Please let's make welcome for Mr. HN Kuala. Thank you so much for coming.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. My brother Steve and Cassie started a subtle campaign that I've come to talk about commercialization. I'm not going to talk about commercialization, but I've come to speak so that lawyers can live have life, be able to do pro bono. If you're hungry, you can't do pro bono. Nobody should blackmail us into not taking our fees into their life first. Or you tell your wife that you did pro bono. Let me stand on existing protocol. Let me express my gratitude to the leaders of the Nigerian Bar Association, the leaders of the Young Lawyers Forum, the member of the Young Lawyers Forum, for giving me this opportunity to speak on a topic I do not claim to have authority. And because I do not claim to have authority on it, I want to publish a caveat. I am not, and I do not claim to be right in my views as expressed in this paper, but they represent my honest understanding of the issue involved as of today, the 5th day of December 2023. I must say that the timing for this discourse cannot be better, given the galloping growth in the number of legal practitioners produced in Nigeria every year, with the resultant unemployment for many young ones, and perhaps for want of better words, apparent underemployment for some, if not most, of the older ones. The harsh reality of our time here today is that we have moved with the near speed of light from the era when there was excess demand for lawyers, which lawyers were able to call the shots, to the present era where there appears to be too many lawyers chasing few clients, and the clients appear to be in the driver's seat with sudden negotiation strength. Now, for instance, I'm told that in this year's law week, more than 600 of us registered. That points to the fact that we would not have been less than 1,000 practicing in Jos. I was at the last National Bar Conference, a total of over 16,000 of us gathered. Now, the size of people in this hall today was exactly what the National Conference used to be like some 20 years back. We have 1,000, that is a good number. But today, just alone can boast of 1,000. It means that the economic space is narrowing. It means that once they are self-excluded, we are no longer in charge. Now, very soon, we will also add to this our number when the last set of Nigerian law school students who have just finished their bar final exams and got to the bar. As if our legitimate numbers is not a long problem for us, we also have the issue of fake lawyers in our ranks. I hear we have them, even here. With the poor state of our economy, where we are able to absorb thousands of new entrants into the job market every year, with an unemployment rate of 40.6% as of 2023, according to game PhD consultants, private legal practice has undoubtedly become the last resort for lawyers, since employment in both the private and public sector are almost unavailable. Unlike before, when we have choices, we don't have choices. If you leave, there is no employment in the private sector, there is no employment in the public sector, you come back to private practice. But I remember in those good days, when linguists who desire to go into private legal practice instead of taking on available employment opportunities in either the private or public sector,
we are usually advised to get into respectable and busy chambers where they were expected not only to be exposed to the rich experience in food and wealth of practice, but also make enough money to keep body and soul together throughout their daily needs as well as their needs in after service. But sadly today, those chambers that we used to call very busy chambers are sadly not busy. That is the simple truth. The very few people that are employed today are employed simply to satisfy their relations, their friends, and family members. Because most seniors are themselves struggling and hardly able to afford reasonable pay for themselves or for new goods. The consequence of this decline in our income on the quality of legal practice and the integrity of the bar are deep and powerful. Genius with little or no good background training or experience themselves, which they will have gathered from privilege, have suddenly become seniors themselves, horribly opening their own lodging matters, and even engaging younger ones as their juniors. It's a situation of wax producing wax. Practitioners, both old and new, are increasingly getting involved in non-professional conduct, such as outing, child party, and even outright fraud. Without a vessel applies funds to fees and charge appropriate fees. Because if you charge well, you will be able to engage genius. If you charge well, you'll be able to retain genius. Genius will themselves learn from their own offices. If legal practitioners are determined to follow the rules, to charge and recover proper fees for services rendered, this trend will change. The truth is that getting market, charging and recovering fees is yet another. As experience has shown that the latter is more difficult of two. From prevailing experience, gentlemen, today, the busiest lawyers are by far not. Most busy lawyers are busy simply because they charge peanuts, and clients who, in their very nature, do not believe a lawyer should be properly paid, keep them busy. They keep them from one police station to one area or one magistrate. They are very, very busy, but little or nothing to show for it. Many lawyers do not know how to charge fees or proper fees within the law, or how to go about recovering the little they even charge. Some lack the courage and conviction to charge proper fees for proper work done, even when they know what to charge. Some are afraid to charge proper fees for fear of losing the brief. This is particularly true of the young lawyers. You fear that if you charge the proper fee, the client will go. The client will also go, whether you charge fees or you don't charge fees. So, and for juniors, the tendency of behaving like it has in the Bible, when you run and bypass the client and say, I can do it for you cheaper. It comes with leprosy. For the younger ones, I will warn, please don't be a hazard. Leprosy is not a good one. You will regret at the long run. So I'm afraid to charge fees, like I said, because they are losing. But the truth is that when you charge peanuts, for whatever reason, monkeys must visit you sooner than later. The clients will know to charge for monkeys and treat you as such. Soon, because you are poorly remunerated, you will develop total disinterest in your briefs. You go as a solicitor because the poor pay cannot motivate you. You become sloppy at work, next of the market. As no serious people will come to you and even the one we are discussing this great opportunity to talk to ourselves or give for proper pricing by legal practitioners. Experience again has shown that those of us, and we are living, who for convenience seek to get the job done for the lowest possible fee, get only temporary retrieve. All of us are filled with regrets. But more frightening truth is that such lawyers not only devalue the profession, but in the very long run, they make all of us losers. That explains why banks are insteadly tell you. Now, clients tell lawyers that if I give you a brief, it's because I want to memorize you. I know where I will get it cheaper. They will give you names of lawyers. This one will do it for 2 naira. And they are not joking. They are not joking. For fear of a whole lot of us have become like this of the Bible. For porridge, little porridge, we sacrifice my life. When they tell you, I know who will be for 2,000 naira, don't doubt them. They will get it done. That's how bad we have prepared ourselves. It is the aim of this paper to seek to address some of the issues militating against the lawyer and getting his proper fees, not only by looking at what the current law on the subject is, but equally looking at those other factors that may be hindering the full realization of the purpose of the law in this regard. After all, there has always been accidents one way or the other in the past seeking to improve the functions of the legal practitioner by way of times, but the situation has not improved. I hope we all know that from 1971 to today, there has always been one form of regulation or the other. In Jos Law, we have had policy to make our own scale of charges. We didn't try to enforce it, it didn't work. Some people will still take tax. In Jos, people still take 5,000 naira as consultation. Why don't you take the fee? Also take 5,000. Tell the man consultation that is more than somebody from the news tell me that I'm charging 5,000. I mean, but that's how bad we are treating ourselves. We look at the legal regulates our fees. By section 53 of the Legal Practitioners Act, the power to make orders relating generally to charges of legal practitioners is vested in the Legal Practitioners Remuneration Committee, established under section 2.1 of the Act. The committee has on 3 occasions exercised its power to make orders under the Act. The first was the promulgation of the Legal Practitioners Remuneration for Conveyancing Matters of 1971, which took effect from 1910 to 1971. As can be seen from the title of the order, it was essentially restricted to matters of conveyancing only. The order was of no use to the legal practitioners outside matters relating to conveyancing. Perhaps it was in an attempt to address this shortcoming of the order that the committee in 1991, 20 years after the press of enacted legal practitioners remuneration for legal documentation and other matters of 1991, which took effect. Again, the 1991 law that regulated the remuneration of a legal practitioner with respect to any business connected with any sale, purchase, lease, mortgage of land, and other matters relating to legal implementation of land. However, by Rule 2(1)(c) of the order, any business of completion statement or any proceedings in court was excluded from the remuneration prescribed in the schemes set out in the schedule. Thus, the 1991 order did not apply to the charges of the legal practitioner in any proceedings pending in court or in any action or transaction in any court. In such matters pending in court, the legal practitioner was able to charge what he can attract, and we actually abused it. We charged payments. Again, I hazard the case that it was for the purpose of addressing the inadequacy of the 1991 order as it relates to matters pending in court and other legal services that the committee, after 32 audits, decided to enact the legal practitioners remuneration of business, legal services, and implementation order 2003. Curiously, although the 2023 order purportedly revoked the 1991 order, my own copy of the order, I'm not going to have different copies. My own copy of the order is not dated. It has no commencement date. But for the purpose of this order, however, I do not intend to go into the legalities of whether the 2023 order has come into force or relied upon by the court. I choose to pretend that it is in force, but nobody should ask me when. The landmark results in the 2023 order include that for the first time, the Legal Practitioners Remuneration Committee made use of legal practitioners in contentious proceedings in court, which was hitherto excluded by the 1971 and 1991 orders. By the new provision, the lacuna in our scale of charges, which some local branches of the LPA sought to fill the constitution of violence, prescribing minimum charges for court matters, have now been finally filled by that corporate authority. Another feature of the order is that it has introduced time charging in our regulations for the first time by virtue of order 1, Rule 2, and scale 5 in the schedule to the order. We now have hourly rates chargeable by legal practitioners in various states and the implications. Before this new introduction, the preferred method of bidding amongst Nigerian lawyers has been the diary method, which consists of registration fee, deposit on account, and final presentation of bill of charges. Whether the new time charging hourly rates prescribed in Tier 5 of the order are achievable in Nigeria is a matter that all time will tell. I however have my doubts, even an honesty or lack of it, and attitude time as a equally, another feature of the order, which I personally find very offensive, is not justified by reference to the states where the legal practitioner carry on practice. I don't know if people have looked at what the law state and one state in the country, where because you practice in FC or in Lagos, you are entitled to charge more fees than me for doing the same work for, and even it affects senior ladies of Nigeria. The senior lady practicing in Jos is not entitled to charge as much as the senior lady practicing in Lagos or practicing in or even practicing in university. And I'm wondering, there are similar ladies the ones who have jobs. I consider it offensive. And for me, what I'm resolved is I will charge what you charge in one. I do not see the justice in rewarding networks for equal. I also don't know what is the basis of that organization. In the question I've been asked to answer here is the 2023 order a gold mine or mirage, or is it mirage or gold mine? I would like to reverse it. Let me start by saying that the 2023 order is not a gold mine. It's also not a mirage. I hasten to answer that the 2023 order is neither a gold mine or a mirage or a gas station. It's not a gold mine because it has not prescribed or enacted anything extraordinary for the enrichment of the Nigerian oil. It is not even in tune with the realities of our time, going by these provisions. It is only a modest attempt at setting out an irreducible minimum standard of what the lawyers should do. I will explain this matter in this paper. Equally, the order is not a mirage, as the modest minimum it prescribes is undoubtedly achievable with the right character from legal practitioners. However, with the wrong attitude from the lawyers who are to drive this order, I fear it will fail like its predecessors and become a mirage. Gentlemen, this paper ought to have ended here. After I've answered the question raised on the topic by asserting that the 2023 order is neither a gold mine nor a mirage for lawyers. However, I think I still go into more information. Why is not a gold mine? A gold mine in ordinary terms means a rich, plentiful source of net wealth or profit or some other desirable things. A gold mine is something from which a person can earn a lot of money or that can provide a lot of precious things that people desire. Going by the provisions of the 2023 order, particularly the minimum charges prescribed in the scales thereto, I do not hesitate to say that the order is neither a source of net wealth or profit to lawyers, nor does it present itself as a document that offers legal practitioners a lot of opportunity to make a lot of money. In fairness to the committee, the Information Committee, the only positive way to look at the scale of charges prescribed in the order is to view it as a presenting irreducible minimum that a legal practitioner can charge for the services provided in the order and not more. Curiously, the order in its entirety did not make provision for fees chargeable by legal practitioners in lower courts like the magistrate or area courts. And this is where most of us young lawyers, that's where we start. That's where, but going by practice now, that's the only place the education is left. The education is finished at the high court and the court of appeal, there's nothing left there. I think what will do their right no longer know is writing. The only place that advocacy is left is still in the magistrate court and the area court. Unfortunately, there is no prescription as to fees. By order 1.1c of the remuneration order, the remuneration of the legal practitioner in matters of education is as prescribed in schedule 3.
If you look at Schedule 3, you discover that all the issues listed here are not issues that can go to magistrate court or area court. For instance, dispute belonging related to labor is exclusive that of the National Industrial Court. Maritime, aviation, energy, and mining disputes exclusively that of the Federal High Court. Even the mention of contractual and miscellaneous disputes, which includes land, tenancy, and other division matters mentioned in the order, can also be ascribed to magistrate court. Nobody will take a tenancy matter or that matter to a magistrate court. How then is a lawyer engaged in litigation in those courts expected to charge? For me, and that's my suggestion, we should adopt and adapt the same scale of charges for matters in those courts. After all, case is case. Now, is the 2023 order in Iraq? The provision of the Liberation Order 2023 are also not in Iraq as its modest objectives are very achievable. In Iraq is something which you see but is not there, a hope for which you cannot make it happen because it is not empty. This is not the case. The order is achievable as all the fees there are realizable. Indeed, they constitute the fairest minimum of what a legal practitioner should charge. In fact, any legal practitioner who knows his fault should aspire to charge and hold those prescribed one. However, like I mentioned elsewhere in this paper, there have always been rules, regulations, and all that in the past, beginning from 1971 to date. But the issue, several in the past, the branch of the NPA has had to pass resolutions on minimum charges because our members are continuing to charge pittance, irrespective of the provisions of the previous orders. And that's it. Fault is not necessarily in regulations, but it does as lawyers. And our salvation too does not necessarily lie in the regulations made by the regulation committee, but the laws. The day we resolve as lawyers to charge appropriate fees and not to undermine ourselves, we will liberate ourselves from the determination of clients, not to be. If the order is to be useful to us, we must change our attitude to fees and our general conduct. A few tips here may be necessary. How do we achieve the purpose of this order? Now, the first thing I recommend is that we must insist on using the minimum prescribed in the order in our respective offices. Why the clients have had a better age over us is this. If they come to me and I say, this is my fee, they go to me and really charge the same fee. And they go to chairman and chairman charges the same fee. The phone shopping will stop. It will stop. But the problem is, the client leaves my office and goes to the leading's office. Leading tells him, I have a life not too much. Can you go back? I will do it for you. Let me know, I know you charge me. I'm only comfortable with you. Look, he tells him that he likes money too much. Then the man cries, German. Tell us that he goes to those ones, no, now. Can do this thing for lesser fees. They continue to do it. I've had course giving those this story. I did agreement for somebody who parted way with his body has made my client. I asked him to pay me the fees for the agreement. I now told him that is it not this 3 pages of paper? 3 pages that I wrote that one I'm asking for. Okay. They have been signed because my fee that was outstanding. So I collected the agreement. I bought it, crashed it in my car, allowed them to do my money. Now they have started with his money. And my client is not the kind of person that will come money and has his account. No. So they left. At the end of the day, he helped me. My client ended up paying me. He ended up paying me. But that's because I insisted. If you insist, we will get the right. That's not to say we will do pro bono. I do a bono of pro bono. But if I must charge you, if I must take fees, let me take fees. If I'm doing it free,
I do it free. If you're charging, charge. Now, we must insist, and that's the first thing, that this order will work for us. We will implement it, we will use it. If we all insist, the furniture will respond, and the lawyer will return. Now, the other thing we need to be very good is that we must also invest in our practice. For you young lawyers, if I'm talking to you as a trader, I will tell you that you don't spend your money on clothes, you don't spend your money buying a new car, you need to build your business. But can I tell you the reverse here? If you have money, keep yourself clean, buy yourself good clothes. As soon as you can afford it, buy yourself a car. These are the things you use in pricing yourself. You don't do it for God right, they will respect you more. If you're not teaching the right with them after the court. If you must ask you, okay, which side are you going? You will be able to take your place. Don't let them see your shoes as spent. They are terrible. If you can, as soon as you can, it's important. Build your life. Invest in books. Because the average client has no respect for you. What you're carrying around is something of your body. You're moving from one office to the other, talking about it. Buy books. Let your life be what it should be. They will respect you. You will be able to charge appropriate fees. Now, resist unnecessary socialization. What do I mean here? You mustn't eat lunch from your client every day. It's not when you're hungry, you start walking towards your client shop. It is better you ask if they still around than going to your client office or your client shop. Those little things do deeper you. Don't take briefs in restaurants and beer parlors. Most of our students still do this. Somebody calls you, you're taking brief in beer parlor. You're taking brief over a plate of food or pepper soup. When the man wants some brief, he calls you, Master, where are you? Can you come to Alon? And that's you're eating away your fees. Insist on taking your briefs in your office. When your morning is complete, come. You won't die. These are little things that we should avoid. Now, don't also, for the young ones now, let me advise you. I have one of the speakers talking about becoming a pastor and becoming like that's an easy route to poverty. Don't build your clientele on your ethnic group or on your social groups or on your church. The moment your pastor is the one calling you, that Brother Lily is coming. Brother Lily has this problem. Please, don't charge him too much. You are in trouble. The moment when they want to brief you, they go and talk to your village head, who now calls you out. I mean, your life. I'm not saying you don't have a relationship with your people, but don't let your client base to be up to 60% of either your church members or your ethnic group. It's an easy recipe to hunger. They will never pay you because your fees will be discussed in the village or in the pastor's house or in the office of the chairman of your council. Avoid it. You can be close to them, but avoid it. Can I tell you one line that I use? If I don't want to do your business, you come. If you come, I will tell you I want to come finish on you. And you go. So now,
quickly, my time is up. Ensure that your bill is in writing. Don't discuss your bill, or even when you can agree, still do a letter. Because they take you personally when you write. And they know that after the only way you can cover your fees is in writing. Don't discount bills. If you must discount bills, first of all, send the proper bill in writing, and then you can now discount. Do you know why? The man needs to know what discount you are giving for. If the bill is 1 million, give a bill of 1 million. You can at the end of the day collect something lower. But you now know the difference. And begin to negotiate your fees from the point of the discounted bill. He knows what the real bill is. Now, don't be afraid of losing money. The law says you are entitled to your proper fees. But really, don't also overcharge your clients. That the client can pay excess fee for little work. You are equally undoing yourself. It's as much unprofessional as undercharging and overcharging are bad. Not so because the man is well accepted politicians. But otherwise, charges. Gentlemen, the list is endless. Is endless. But let me stop here and add that if, as a conclusion now, if we as lawyers commit to not to violate the letter and spirit of the provisions of the Immigration Order 2023, like we did to their predecessors, to his predecessors, the order, though not a good man required, will achieve its purpose and not become a action. The client too will so get used to it, that's no charges, and they will understand that it is no longer business institution. But if we undermine the orders, the order as we have done in the past, I fear I'm not a prophet of doom. The models of the committee in acting the order will not be achieved. It will become a branch. God forbid. Thank you for your time.
Please, let's give him another round of applause.
Before the commencement of this session, I said something. I said that this session promises to be as interesting, if not more interesting than the other sessions.
And since we can't thank you enough because you have opened our eyes. Before the panelists or perhaps the discussants say something. All these people who celebrate, our family members who celebrate and are called to back, they mean well. But if they become our clients, they will not pay. That's the truth. Many of them will pay. One of my family relations was not willing to pay me 200,000 some 10 years ago to do a case, but he was willing to pay my friend 600,000. Because familiarity, they feel that they can do this for free. I think if there's any takeaway for me, it's this, right? I've still learned my lesson anyway. So if I see a client who is not willing to pay, I refer him to a friend. So if you cannot pay me, let me pay that friend. Okay, so let me now resolve the contributions of the discussants. May I invite my brother and friend, Nick Bonds. You have 10 minutes. In fact, if you can deliver in less than 10 minutes, fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was wondering what I can do in 10 minutes better. My seniors and colleagues, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Mr. Ogwala, thank you very much. You have done justice to this topic. Mine is just add one two. And this is a family meeting one that non-lawyers are out of this place. Most of us are lawyers. And then we are talking about that which has to do with our welfare and our growth in this profession. Mr. Ogwala talked about charging. Yes, we must charge.
And in doing that, I believe for younger lawyers like us, we need to learn. I had us to meet Mr. David Darrow, I had us to meet Mr. Wala on how to charge. And I know person will feel, he wants know how to charge, but I'm as ready to charge. Because if you see how Mr. David charges and Mr. Wala, and then my former principal, Chiku to SL, knows how to charge. I'll give a short story. While I was with him, one of our clients came was to give some money. So he came and I think dropped half of the money. And he said, please tell your principal that my Irish potato was bad this year. I said, oh yeah, Baba, sorry. I collected the money. So when she came, he said, Nicholas, where's the money? I said, this is the money. He said, his Irish potato went bad this year. He said, Nicholas, okay, we've been on this case for the past 4 years. It means he has been harvesting Irish potato for the past 3 years. And he didn't say anything. It means those 3 years were good. But this one is informing us why. So he said, just by opening, it's not a Salvation Army, this is business. How to charge and the rest. And since this is family business, when you want to learn how to charge, please don't go to the Salvation. The saving grace in his office is that he has plenty cases. So at least his juniors will be taken care of, since the files are many. But for some of us with few files, and I happen to be Mr. Bentley, you know that while I will be on ground. So please, as young lawyers, we are to charge, or as lawyers generally, we are to charge. Why? We need to keep our office running, we need to build our library, we need to take care of those who are assisting us in the office, and we need to look good in practice. Again, on consultation, unfortunately, somebody will just call you on phone. Resources, you are a bit down, or broke at some point, somebody will just call you, hey, I have this case. Some person will wait at the mosque, some immediately after service, they will stop you, and then because you are eager, you just take the brief. So coming to consultation, it will be very difficult. Or you meet at a mechanic workshop, you just narrate the case, you just say, I can handle it. Now, how much will they pay you in such settings? But when a person walks to your office, perhaps you give him coffee, he sees how you look, the presentation, he sees how your lawyers are dressed. He will pay, they discuss, and then nothing will kill you. Nothing will kill you. He has said virtually everything better. Sir, Order 15 seek to introduce a new issue on taxation, of this new order, which lawyers must look out for litigations that will come out of that. And if care is not taken, lawyers will be prosecuted, lawyers can be embarrassed, given the fact that there's a scale now. So the tax authorities can easily give you a best of judgment assessment. And you must pay. If you fail to pay, you'll be embarrassed. So our appeal to MBA, for fear of to avoid double taxation, they are saying even deed of assignment, what you charge, you will have to pay tax on before you even register it. And if that is done, what happens to the presumptive tax you pay? Because in that, you have to look at the cost of paper, the time imputed in drafting or invested in drafting the agreement, your seal, and whatever. So, at what point or at what amount will you remove the tax? Is it the net? Is it the whole money you have charged? What is the component? And they are now saying we would liaise with the tax authorities in the states or the FIDA as the case may be for such laws to be in place. So MBA, be on the lookout. I know tax authorities will want to take advantage of this order to impose taxes on us. So engage them so we have a clear-cut understanding on the component or the amount that will be taxed
in our fees so that we're not faced with double taxation that will lead to embarrassment. And there are instances where the law imposes on us to withhold tax. And once that is done, you are withholding on behalf of the government. Try to limit. Try to limit within time. We can be tempted to put our hands into the money to use it and then say we'll report later. But once they come watching, you should be able to get the money available. So immediately. Once that is done, I believe we will not run into issues with the tax authorities. So this law, this order is good for young lawyers. At least it's good for young lawyers. There's a starting point that we can take advantage. There's a minimum we can take advantage of. And once you go here, they say this is the amount, you go here, this is the amount, you go here, this is the amount. I believe we'll be better off. We'll be better off. So thank you very much for your time.
Once again, please with the sound and applause. Let's appreciate Dr. Ayuba, a young lawyer friend, a young lawyer friendly lawyer. I know he would likely that he has sponsored some gatherings or events in heart. So young lawyers, once again, with the sound and applause, appreciate it. You know, this topic reminds me of Mr. Kuyamala. He usually calls his office a shop. You say, what have we generated today? You just walk in and say, what have we generated today? Because it's money that we are looking for. All this things. There was this certain week, we'll all go to court, then we'll come back and incidentally, the client just kept giving stories and nobody will give your parents or anything. He just, I think by Thursday, he noticed that there wasn't anyone that came in. He just kept quiet and walked out. Then he came back again and said, let him tell us something. You know, incidentally, Mr. H.M. Wala is his, or was his principal. He said that, do I know that, or do we know that H.M., during his younger days, he will go to court and feel like in his graduation and he'll just come back and say, sir, they don't pay or something like that. That Mr. Wala would just lackadaisically say, oh, is that so? He didn't give you any money. Oh, that's okay, no problem. Really? Where's the car? He said, the car is here. Go on, drop it. That he won't flex anymore, so he won't say anything. It's the end of the month, so there was a need to use money for anything. You know that money now that you decided to do program on your own. You decided to be benevolent. Where will I get the money? Where can I do it? So he sat by him there. He called him there, his body, soul, and spirit, and had it is good. How do we generate the money? Is there any money? Like, did I go with money? So I expect him from his pocket to move money. So indeed, we are generating money and we need to be proactive concerning that. Quickly, we'll call on the second discussant, Mr. Sorry, is it doctor? Okay, Mr. Pamak Leary, the lecturer of the University of Jos Law.
Thank you so much for this honor. Let me quickly seek your permission to stand on the existing protocols. I appreciate the fact that I have this opportunity to discuss and share my thoughts on this particular topical issue for us. But let me begin by saying lawyers must learn to support lawyers. If we don't help ourselves, it will be self-destruct. We are crying how that others charge less, others charge more within the same environment. We are unable to justify why that is happening. But as I round up these interventions I'll be making today, we will get to see how that we by ourselves are the makers of our own gains. And if we don't rise up to the challenge of resolving them, we surely will end up in self-destruction. I've gone through this particular order just as has been presented by, and a few things I have found very worrisome, very, very worrisome. One of which is the question of enforcement. The question simply is who enforces this particular order? Of course, there is a committee, a remuneration committee that has been set up to ensure all these policies and principles as have been directed in the order are enforced. But how do you go about enforcement? First of all, how do you ensure I am charging properly in my law office? You have no records of the cases I have. You have no records of the client base I have. You have how many clients I have been able to get in this year. How then will you get to enforce that I charge appropriately? Except where problems get to it, you will not even have any idea what I charge in my law office. So what is the NBA going to do about enforcement of this particular order? For instance, will NBA jobs set up a committee that will take stocks of the clients I have in my law office? Will they also take stocks of the new ones coming on board and the ones I'm about to be done with their work in my office? If there is any case of non-compliance, the question again is who reports? Do you want me as a young lawyer to report when I'm still fishing to see how I will compete with my seniors? Or do you want the seniors to report when they are already well established and it looks like they have gotten all the elements and they are struggling for this? So the question of who reports becomes very critical. If I have a senior of mine who charges below the minimum charges, can I make bold to report him? If I do, and if I dare to, what is my safety in that particular venue? Am I protected? Is there any provision for secrecy? Of course, the principle of whistleblowing came with some incentives. When you blow the whistle, you get some cash in return. Even if they hunt you down, you have been able to benefit. So it's like I have suffered for what I have benefited from. That sounds like more of a compensation. But in this case, what will now be my reward? I have reported a senior. I have my first principal here, my privilege, Papa Ralph. He is my first principal, I'll make bold to say so. Now, if Papa Ralph for any reason is charging below the scale, and I report him, am I safe? Am I protected? Is it flowing out of jealousy? Or is it sheer act of wickedness? Or will it be considered as an act of homage to the bank? So we have to protect those who report such cases. And if for any reason hearing is to be conducted for the purposes of fair hearing, will I also be invited to testify against charges or the allegations I have leveled against him? Who now becomes my savior if he for any reason will want to hunt me down? So, witness protection. This particular order simply establishes how to charge and how to report those who are going against in violation. How safe am I if I want that this particular order should be kept? And then, of course, if there are no incentives to people who would dutifully be reporting this, then it simply means that I am totally and completely on my own, whatever the repercussions will be. So, at my expense, I report. At my expense, I establish the allegations against whoever I reported. At my expense, I suffer the penalties. And you know, we are like a clique of friends and family. We know ourselves. Mr. A reported Mr. B. He heard about the case. And for any reason, or whatever reason, he believes Mr. A was wrong to have reported Mr. B. The circle of reports goes round, and before you know it, you are losing integrity and standing even amongst your colleagues. If I am not safe amongst my own, where else will I go for business? Now, coming again, very beautifully so, there are a lot of questions that have been asked in my mind or begged for answers. And one of which I have asked is, how did these drafters of this particular order come about the state bands? There are three categories of states in their categories: the lowest, the middle class, and the highest. So we have the places, the likes of Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, they have been band 3. That's the highest, like he has rightly observed. Why will a lawyer in Port Harcourt be told to charge not lower than this? And then it is okay for me if I charge below it? Is that not an indictment to the profession? More law than I do? Or will he serve better than I will? If not, why do we, by ourselves, set ourselves up? Again, I have found out that we have been the ones who have helped ourselves to raise these challenges amongst ourselves. How do I mean? Number one, how many of us are able to make available to engage juniors in our offices? If you have a new wing just thrown out from the law school to society, it doesn't seem to me as if he has a ready market. It doesn't seem to me as if he has a ready clientele. Now he looks for places where he will begin to either establish practice or learn tutelage. The question now is, how many law offices are available for younger ones to be engaged? Beyond that, if we are able to engage them, how do we try, at least even if we don't do exceptionally well, how do we try to ensure that they are comfortable? I have had the stories of juniors who, at their expense, of course, I understand the game, and I understand also the argument of some seniors who believe that these juniors are supposed to. But for God's sake, these younger ones also need to food their babies. They have transport costs, they have friends and families, they have their own welfare, and they have some other responsibilities in society. And how would you even hear of it that you are called barrister lawyer, as some of them would want to call it, and you don't have anything to show for it in your pocket? You are hopping from one bicycle to the other, from one motorbike to the other, from one keke, and they even know you by name. All these tricycle riders in Agua will be calling you by the barrister. Today you're going to follow my own name. If we don't help these younger ones to be well packaged, we are already setting them up whenever they begin to set up their practice. So as principals, as seniors, we must become responsible to ensuring that at the least we have got them a comfortable environment to learn to practice. Again, how do we treat our juniors before these clients? Client A, gradually the span expands. And it is like a vicious circle. You have insulted your client, your junior before a client. The client takes that insult and begins to help. He sees you pass, he remembers how your senior insulted you, and he tells his friend, this junior, this is what I was told about you. And before you know, you have demarketed your colleagues. And do not forget that they may not last forever in your law offices. So if they go to establish a better practice or to establish an independent practice, what becomes of them before the same people that they have served you and you have made them look demeaned? Following, what is the motivation within juniors? What are the motivations for them? Because I can guarantee you that 80% of people who fall foul of these particular provisions of the minimum charges are younger lawyers who are coming. Because it seems to me that the juniors are competing with the already established and occupied spaces. It's like a giant who is already like Dangote, who has established his business for you, and he has a lot of clients, and even if you don't get to patronize him, he has a lot to sustain him for a lifetime. Now I'm coming up with my own legal business, and I'm trying to look for space to survive. Am I supposed to charge as you would? Can I actually charge as you should? If High Court is for 600,000 for 2 states, can I insist on 200 or 600,000 when they can simply find you and possibly you can accommodate them at the 600,000? So the fear that younger lawyers do have that they will be unable to sustain themselves even if they venture into private practice drives them to begin to think of charging below the expected amount. Going forward, do we have means of establishing younger lawyers when they are establishing their offices? We do know that if other people who are in apprenticeship have served their masters for certain years, when they are establishing themselves, they find a way of settling them or supporting them to establish their practices. Of course, my senior have mentioned, let us invest in ourselves. Dress well, look well. Any good suit, now I can't dress well when I don't have access to funds. and I'm serving under you, and I don't have the means and the access to explore the potential that there is, I don't even find practice anything to attract me to you. Why? Because I am unable to see the incentives that come. So if after I have served a senior, I have the desire to establish my law practice, he gets me some more reports, no matter how little. Have this as a blessing from me, your principal. I will be spurred into doing better, and I will have a higher standing to know that I will likely strive and prosper in this practice. Again, for instance, in my law office, there is one thing I get to do. Sometimes I will tell my colleagues how much we intend to charge on this brief. So I send them to go and discuss with the clients and charge as I would. And when they charge them, the clients will run to me to want some respite because they believe that the juniors would have charged them exorbitantly. And when they come and say, we have even helped you. If I were the one, you would have been more than that. Give my juniors and begin to negotiate with them. And would say, now this is mentorship on how to charge. I don't need to leave your office before I begin to go consulting on how to charge. Groom me right under you. Let me charge like you would. We have SANs. They should not only be charging SAN fees. Tell me, as your junior in your office, go and charge 5. I would have wanted charging 200,000 because I'm a junior. Maybe I have demeaned myself or estimated myself below my expectations. But because I am in your law office and I have the authority, I will charge them 5 million. If they want to negotiate with me, I'll tell them, well, if you want any reduction, meet my principal. And he tells you, 5 million, I would have charged 10 million. Appreciate the fact that he was the one who even charged. When you do that, it puts some kind of self-esteem in the younger ones. I was having the Honorable Yusuf, and there was something that happened. There was a legal advice that we made for an anchor. I was the one who drafted it. Before that time, I had never thought to myself that I could charge anybody up to 100,000. I have always thought seniors should charge higher, juniors should charge lower. That was the impression I had. But when he made me to do that, and he said, go and draft the bills. I drafted the bill of charges. I sent it by email. And he got 1.5. In my mind, God, this is expensive now. And I was shocked when he said, write a letter acknowledging that they have paid. I said, okay, you mean my own legal opinion was paid 1.5? So when I established my law office and charged for legal opinion, you dare not tell me that 1 million is expensive. I have charged 1.1 before and it was paid. That boosted my image as the practice of law. Finally, lawyers support lawyers. But juniors, what do you do to make your principals support you in these manners I have explained? I'm not holding brief for juniors. I'm actually also going to be holding brief for the seniors. If you are in the law office, what is your contribution to the law firm? What industry, what new thing, what additional value have you brought on the table? If I will have to have a sense of duty to establish you when you are establishing your law office, to support you to start up well when you are establishing your own law office, what have you shown me? What contributions have you made while you were with me? So it doesn't look like I am burdened simply because you served under me before. Let me be joyful. Let me be joyful. Let me be joyous that I am helping you establish because I have also benefited from your services as a city. Thank you so much.
Someone has kidnapped the other microphone, so I don't know why he's saying. Okay, I know time is fast spent, but given the importance of this conversation, I think it will not be out of place to create some time, no matter how brief, for us to take maybe questions or contributions. A few years, Mr. Steve Abba, former chairman, Ramoy, Mr. Eli Anya, Peter Rizal. This is okay. They are maybe the other people in the profession who have tips for. Okay, you want to contribute? No.
I think we mostly agree with this session at this time. Please, colleagues, this is our welfare. I wouldn't want to develop a nation. No. This is something that one in a lifetime thing for us. We'll learn from the seniors, we'll also get retire. If it's okay, then we'll proceed.
So maybe the other colleagues may be interested in asking questions too, if they can. So, Mr. Abbas.
Thank you for the privilege. I want to thank Chairman for making that application. But that is exactly the feeling I share. This touches on our very existence, our survival. So, now the time we need to consider too much. Let me start by putting for Martin. See, heaven on earth is a choice. Correct. You must make. Heaven on earth is a choice you must make. Place you must find. And to me, it answers the proposal in this topic. Legal material preparations for business, legal services and presentation for everything. The mirage for the government practitioners. The mirage was the good one. So the choice is ours to make whether it is the mirage or it will be a good one. Now, when we undercharge, we commit class suicide. That's what you're doing. You're hurting yourself, you're hurting every other person in the profession. Because I'm sure most of us have come across clients that refer us to other lawyers that say, how much, only this thing, even this person was willing to pay for this much. So we must be, see, nobody wants to pay money, even if it's for services, except they have to. That's the truth. Except they have to. That's why when you go to the market to buy anything, irrespective of the amount, there's that touch to price. You negotiate that way. So clients are also poor because we do not provide tangible services. Services they can see. Not like I said enough. We need to solve their problem, or they feel that the problem is solved. That is what becomes the right. Our time is about the deep inside the game. And Mr. Adele, another impression. And then my brother and friend, especially for the language we introduced, our responsibility to our security. Important that we pay attention to that language. Let me offer some quick interventions. I want to reiterate what Mr. Obama said about appearance. In advertisement, they call it packaging. Also, you must package yourself. You dress the way you want to be addressed. I recall in my very early days in practice, I went to the chief magistrate of the to see that kind of premises. I went in because I had another matter to do, so I went to the meetings. I sat down. After a while, one man came and tapped on the shoulder. The other guy is doing the hands. So I tapped on the shoulder. What do you think? This kind of thing. The doctor came because I didn't want to be because I said he had a matter outstanding and he wants me to appear for the matter. I don't take instructions in the court premises. But come to my office and talk. I was very young guy. This was in the 90s, not 1997. He said, he's been around for a while. That's the truth. Okay, this was something you noticed. Then after the last day, something, there was going to pay me 10,000 in 1997. Just Gave me 10,000 naira. I went back to God, announced the parents that I have just been briefed, and I did time to study the matter. I came to the office, briefed me properly, and through him, I made a lot of time. What am I saying? What inspired confidence in him concerning me was the way he saw me at him. So it's very, very important. I had another client that we inherited from our principal. For many years, we had so many land cases which we did over the years. We used to go for one matter and buy the license. So this, at a particular time when I bought a car, I used to collect a parents fee, double the car transport fare to buy the license. Those days it was 200 naira to buy the license. So when we came, we said it's not for parents, say, it's not 200 naira, 400 naira is paid. I said, how will I go back out 400 naira and go to buy the license? Say, okay, makes sense. I started paying 5,000. Simply because what this time around my mode of transport I don't know, I changed. So that is what the great what he said. And the industry get yourself, manage yourself, your parents, your office, your mode of mobility. It is essential. It plays a very key role in the estimation that clients place on you. Now, was minimum charge. Very fundamental. Very fundamental. And let me share this experience. I like sharing experience because this is the best teacher. This is something that I'm talking about. Because we have been our client since 1996 when I was kind of a teacher. Up to each time we have a matter, we bring I suspected that they were using me as a commission agent. So I remember I had a matter from this part of chief, I don't want to mention the names. Because the man in his man had established a benchmark for more than 40,000 naira for his national in the airport. So when he came to this matter, I said, no, this time he must pay 10,000. What does not change this? Okay, let's go and think about it. And he left. One day I walked to the office of one of our colleagues, Jos here, and I mentioned this. I've shared this with some of my colleagues in the chambers. Make I walked into the office of the Kekeke. Lo and behold, the man was sitting in front of the Kekeke stood up and embraced, my brother. I said, you know him, sit down, sit down. He said, look, you talk about this one as a lawyer. Because the man kept quiet. He said, talk about it, he's a lawyer, I cannot talk. So talk. I said, no, you come back. He insisted and he left. This one. Don't mind. I said, what is it? He said, he brought one matter for him. I charged him 250,000. The man brought 150. He said he must bring 200 before he will do anything on that part. And the man is begging that I should start with the 150. I couldn't tell the way he said and then that I checked his own friend and then I said it was 50. I get my point. Our client I selected the cases like say the whole year we go for 5 times, but those 5 cases will give back to that year. And then change my psyche. I'm sharing the experience because they are doing. My first foray into Abuja from the office of the SM. And they put me in the matter. Subsequently, there was need to invite the celebrity in the matter. So the client gave me to invite one that's acting at work. So I recommended it. My entire fees for that matter was 5 million. The deposit from them to do, I was one of the issued the check. It's not saying, no, I want that briefed it. So take pay investment. Was 50 million. And he gave me a receipt and wrote deposit against professional fees. I've been very nice. Say litigation, do you know when you finish? Say no matter you are not the client, it's grace. Make it a deposit against professional fees. So don't ever consultation, don't negotiate what you're doing. You don't have to say, tell me everything I want to know, so I can arrest. You may not do that case for 10 years. After committing what you think is a handsome fee, and you will be doing it with pains. So since then I came and shared with my juniors in Chambers all these experiences. And what the rest is what I do, I want to emphasize that. When the client comes, send them to you. Charges them back to them, they come to you. I don't want to pay the balance of their pocket. It's $10 million that's supposed to pay you. So if that's one, give them to you. It's not working. Let me pay the balance. So you must then emphasize that you must then how to charge. Charging itself is a skill. If you don't know, if you don't know from one to the other, you don't know how to charge. You're not sufficient for it. Now, we raised some other proposals which I want to address quickly. The issue of junior suspension. Please, the world is changing. Let us think partnerships instead of this individual practice. Let us begin to think partnerships. If you think about it, it is better. Because we just have one secretary that all of you will join us today. If you just, if you're a state rented apartment, if your rent is 500,000 for instance, maybe 3 or 4 of you will share 500,000 to pay. I'm getting my point. If you share your bills, the same manner you share your income, and let me give you a real example. Today, it's still a way electronic uptop in those states. It's not so good. And the office is still paying payments. At least to attribute to business capital. They started as young lawyers. They are 22 years as a partnership today. And it's working strongly. America became a small Agada became a small this year supported so there are a lot of advantages in this kind of partnerships. There are so many things I want to talk about there, so that for every other person, I know that's how this goes. Let me just give you quick one. It's important to build network as lawyers. All our friends must not be lawyers. If all your friends are only lawyers, you're in trouble. Because you are friends to your competitors. Another, you be friends with people that can empower you. Do networks. Join social clubs. And come and join the golf club. There are rich people here. They are generals who have plenty money, they don't know what to do with it. You want to buy property, you are paying off the share with you. Look out for such opportunities. Don't particular. Find a bit club because by virtue of our profession, we are already in this. So just benefit of this network. And finally, I've been the experience of Mr. Kuala. I had a client that I'm sure maybe he has forgotten. He was his lawyer in that time. In Talotu. What it says, you must document your bills. It worked for the man. The man used to pay that he went and the judgment by himself. And so he took it to court. Agnew was his lawyer in that. And the man came to me. I looked at the facts of the man. I said, go and pray. Go and pray. The man, I do everything this one. Use of God, everything to argue why he must not pay. I advised him, eventually I convinced him, going to meet his ideas. And we negotiated, we agreed. In fact, because of my intervention, they agreed to give him a discount. The man got the money in cash. It was those days that Andy had moved back to that at the time. So they were agreeing money up. I said, go with the money, bring it to money. He said, okay. The money, he didn't come with the money. He said, I want something. want to fight this matter. I said, but carry your father go and fight it for yourself. For me, I've done the best I can do for you. When he went back to court, he will tell you the story. Then he went to jail. He went to jail. Because after doing my office, he went to meet another lawyer. I'm sure you remember. Another of our colleague. I offered the man 50,000 naira to go and file a witness process in court. And he ended up going to jail on account of that. In fact, the lawyer ran away midstream of the proceedings. Before Justice Sanky there. So, you see, these experiences shape our outlook. And the man became one of my biggest clients. He said, because I was honest with him. What the point I make is not every matter that he was contest. In fact, he came and dashed me the 50,000 naira that is the equivalent of what he gave that. And till today, please from that also give them to me. Because I said this lawyer will tell you the truth.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a good thing that mostly lawyers are here right now. If the only lawyers are here, I hope that those family lawyers should actually leave. Because this is time to hand talk. This is a very serious matter we are talking about. Very, very, very serious. I thank God also that the chairman of the implementation committee, the remuneration committee, CN Salora, I thank God that this because it's been a matter that has been of the worrisome institution for a long time before I became chair. But Mr. Leader will remember how we used to be. Well, first of all, we must package that was by and I think for the judges, you package your work yourself, teach your at all. Is a private story. So if the justice looked at me and said, that's a private story. I was a young guy, 1991, yes, young, because I was 19. And that's another story. And I wasn't the oldest lawyer, but they just came in before the senior lawyers and just look at me like, I never see the judges like, oh, I'm very young. I said, someone asked me some private story that I said, yes, my lord. Say, was I cost you a fortune? I said, yes, my lord. And the Lord meeting, I said, Lord, you this profession please do so well, you must be back. I said, that's my dad very good. I said, what's my dad? I said, what application? But the application I had of the matter that was brought up and cost me a lot of arguing for it. But because of that packaging, I think, the Lord said, what your matter? People, they don't because I said, just the same. In fact, remember, I did not say that the other lawyer had been any. Then the lawyer that was on the opposing side, so I said, no, my lord, you raised the eyebrow. Said, yes, what is it? I've not said anything. Said, you want to send it a simple application? And it was not a simple application. So, packaging is of utmost importance. In fact, the major problem with this whole world is that debts are going. If not for them, actually in billions level. Then, oh, and how? You have to make sure they grow me. And make sure that I send bills to them. You want bills. Make sure you send bills to them. Yes, you like it. Send it. If they like it, of a better place, you know that you have it. I have a list of vendors. I have a list. So, we want lawyers to know the proper thing. Unfortunately for us, look at how scanty we all is now. I really wish we do this like first time. Because if not, that lawyers are not well paid, they have many other lawyers that will be there. How is still the same profit of money that we get in?
Sure.
Lawyers should listen to what we are saying. But half of the lawyers who are here are the ones who already do the proper thing. But most of the lawyers who are doing the wrong thing do not come to MBA meetings, do not come to the assembly. Many people pay. That is the problem I think Mr. Lawrence is going to have. Because I don't know how it's going to be. When the wrong way to make this is a critical issue for lawyers. If lawyers do not get properly remunerated, there is no need to be a lawyer. So, lawyers should equally have to charge properly at the appropriate time. I recall too in 1990 when there was a police issue. So, near my office, I see the division, asked him to get a lawyer for him. And I just went there, just these little jokes with the police officers and took him out. And then so he followed me to God and said, Mr. Lawyer, how much is my fee? I looked at him and said, only the money ignorance forgive me. And I said, sorry. The officers now, we did it abroad. So I went to get something like put it on. He looked at me, if I said, then I think maybe the issue or something like that. I guess it's a problem like that. The less than 5,000 it was big money then. I thought like thinking myself that I had plenty money. I was happy. There are many years after the man had relocated from Jos whatever. He said, "Right to this village." I said, "Go and get me a lawyer." Then I said, "What am I going to get when you go to the lawyer? Don't like that. They give for land and the police station. Let me go to Rakumi and get you and do that." He said, "I beg. So go and get me a lawyer who can charge you back." That taught me with listening. Like you go to the lawyer who can charge you proper fees, but they didn't charge you. So you don't lose a claim at all if you have a proper. You lose everything in them. The proper thing for the reference, who is the junior to get the law. But like I keep saying, you have to campaign the lawyer very well. So that the lawyer will know how to have proper things when he is practicing his law. Now, what juniors, they give them something how to do it. And yet the problem will be proper. That is wrong. You should be able to look at the practice that is ahead of you and let the proper thing do so that you'll be able to base your practice. Lastly, I think that the proper thing for us to do now before we leave here is to think how to charge properly. Because I recall about 10 years ago, I can say, more than 10%, I think, and then only for me to collect my tax. It was only me 10,000. It was a 3 billion. The was 3 billion. That is 300,000. And it offered me 10,000. Honestly, my head almost knocked. I said, what is it? What is it? And he said, after all, there's a lawyer who can. So I want to collect it and do that balance. But I tell you that I'm using to teach my juniors how to do that. He let me know, he didn't pay. time, I went to the meetings. I went to the few others, I don't know what else. I thought I saw Lord. And they asked me what to do. I said, I didn't agree with it. I don't agree with this. And they refused to pay me 10%. Was giving me 10,000. In fact, he came back later to tell me that the Lord had not been compensated and I paid him. I said, no, go ahead. Pay you after a long time. The man said, I should pay now. 300,000. It's not to pay. So my brother, I said, I should pay 500,000. Okay, so I should take 200,000. Check. We take the check. 5,000 forever. So I still keep back to business and I think about this man as well. Why would you do this? I knew the man had gone to court. He went to court. I went to Siraga. The man went to court of appeal. The door and removed. When the judge got the necessity there, correct, that he must pay the fees of the tax. When they find their appeal, one of us here, you all know him, was the one, he's not here, was the one that represented him. Represented him. I said, do you know what you are doing to the profession? And you are refusing that I should pay my property. So when we continue until after carrying the appeal, we refuse to pursue the appeal. Like about the year, and they think that what was doing like was doing it. Then they now it's not about paying now. By and said to someone, actual of course, there was no appeal. They gave me my 200,000. The other one stayed 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. As the same power, that same power is not Chinese looking, but Chinese looking out of it. Thank you so much.
These young lawyers, the way of the young lawyers who want to say something. Good afternoon, the house. The whole place is becoming thinner number. But this is a very, very, very important topic. And I believe we should give it all the emphasis that it demands. Thank the chairman of the lobby for saying there's no hurry in this discussion. If we look at ourselves in this hall, if we have the young lawyers, 7 down, raise your hand. If you know you are 7 years below, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is young lawyers that we are talking about. And who are always complaining. But be that as it may, my area of is even this rule. Number 1, in all the law institutions, particularly in Nigeria also, there is none that teaches it as part of a course how lawyers should make money. And anything that is good, you must be taught. There must be a training. And when you are not taught, it gives room to anyhow. I remember in our time, our director in the ethics and legal practice, all they will teach us is this package. Dr. You don't care of blessed memory. How a lawyer did not get entered of it by transport and all that. And then Abayomi, how a lawyer pokes cigar to golden walking stick, right? And yes, thank you. So, but beneath all, these were individual variations. There is none, not across all professions. Because I read a lot of business books that in careers and professions, they hardly teach people how to make money in that profession. And that it's on record that where the labor of a career is and where the money is, they are not protagonists. They are not in the same place. That's why you see that the legal practice, particularly in going to court, is the hardest of the part of the profession and is the least remunerated. So it made me to believe that say that where the labor in the profession is and where the money is, they are not protagonists. So it's now the role of before us to look at where is so much labor in this and the money is not there. I have some decades in this practice. I thank God I didn't make a lot of money, but I am very, very comfortable. But the same thing cannot be said now because the school fees of that time is not the same. The way we live is quite different. And that is why it should be at the front burner how it is. Even the law or the act itself has not even helped situation. Because when you say lawyer, you put some cities where people can charge more and some places where they can. That thing in itself is very arbitrary. And when we are lawyers, when these rules or laws are made, we really don't challenge them. We don't sit down and bring out the pros and the cons. Because when you say a lawyer here should charge this amount, what is the criteria? What is the yardstick for saying that? Although, you see, if the people are encouraged, they can charge according to the labor. Because you don't want to tell me that going to court in Abuja is more strenuous than going to court in Jos. I don't think so. Because you have a land matter, a guided case, all it's the same work that we do. So, I look at it while they say seniors and others. Even that in itself is open to questions. Do you know of seniors who are doing other businesses and making money from it? Vis-a-vis the juniors that you have in the office. Because I know quite a number of lawyers, they make money from other areas. The law office itself is just the law office. Now, are we telling that senior that he must pay from the money he made from those other businesses? I think our preoccupation should be in encouraging every lawyer to broaden his horizon, to broaden the areas where he can charge money. I know like here, and unfortunately, this area are being occupied by non-lawyers. I know that mining law and practice. I don't know how many lawyers practice mining law and practice in this jurisdiction. The people that make the money in mining, they are not these people that enter it. And they enter it and they start doing it. They break all the laws, they break all the rules. Nobody will challenge it. But when you talk, they know where to go. So I want us to, on our own, you are educated so that you can educate yourself. Educate yourself in a way that you can make money. That is what will solve this problem. Because when you begin to look at graph, you didn't give me this, you didn't give me that. Just as you said, what have you contributed to the chamber? But when you have educated yourself, you will see the value and you will not allow you to go. And then the juniors, like Otabe, is a Ghanaian preacher. He said Africans are good in mushrooming. You just see, okay, let me establish a law office. You don't know what it takes. And like my learned friend, Barrister Abba said, let's do partnership. Partnership in abroad, there are some that have lasted 150 years and it goes on. Then let's be able to have confidence and patience. Every business has its own maturation. There's a time to labor and there's a time to pay. People planting masara. There's a time to plant and there's a time to harvest. Let's encourage everybody. Be patient in the profession. The money will come. Thank you very much. I see we are getting patient and people are doing well. Thank you.
I stand on the existing protocols and I share my or I align my thoughts with thoughts of all my senior leaders for me. Now, how many of us know of this law? It's called District Court Law, Practice Directions on Small Claims 2022. You all know about it. Now, let's go to section 13 so that we discuss it and see whether we need to talk with our CG on it. Section 13 says, parties may represent themselves as the proceedings in the court. Partnerships and registered companies can be represented by either company secretary or any other principal officer of the partnership or company. Now, as chairman of the regulation, many lawyers have come to see me to ask, are juniors, because many juniors are facing that do this more please because the administration is just like that. Are lawyers not being excluded from appearance to this court or being branches of the little ends in their reporting compliance by reason of this position? So I want to throw it open for the lead presenter and our discussants to look at. Parties may represent themselves at this proceedings in court. Even though the word may is there, but giving room for litigants not to, employ services of lawyers, it's not just better if we remove that. So let us discuss it, whatever we arrive at, it becomes part of the points arising from this. Thank you very much. Maybe you want to start. Thank you, sir.
The chairman, SDA chairman of the committee, Leonard seniors, Leonard colleagues, good afternoon. I want to speak about two things. One has to do with the issue followed up by the discussion, and the other one is a related issue. We are dealing with an order that is meant to regulate the conduct of legal practitioners. But the rule itself of the order seems not to be clear in some respect. Especially Mr. Kukwala has raised the issue of bans among states. And I wonder, that is in addition to his own order, whether by that organization, a lawyer who is based in Jos, for instance, cannot charge what the lawyer is in Port Harcourt will charge for the case that is in Port Harcourt. Or is restricted, is the focus on the area that's where the lawyer is based, or is also applicable to where he practices. That's a concern because one thing is the law is that the law itself is not clear. It becomes very difficult even to enforce. If I will have to put it in another way, it may mean that if I am unjust, I can only charge in just what is the limit or within the limit that is stipulated for just, which means that even if I travel to Port Harcourt for a case, I cannot charge as a lawyer who is based in Port Harcourt, who practices in Port Harcourt. The essence of what I'm saying is that before, since this is meant to be a regulation, we should check the law itself. And I'm saying this one to our NBA official. If we have to enforce a particular law, let it be very clear to us what the essence of the law is. The second thing is that even if we address this issue and the other issues related to this issue is not addressed, we will still not go very well. And one major thing I discovered, especially with the rules of professional conduct, is the issue of advertisement or soliciting for brief by lawyers. There are many lawyers now still writing to organizations to be their solicitors. And as you write, many people are writing, it is now an issue of demand and supply. Many pursuing brief, so the clients now dictate. So if you are not willing to take according to their own terms, then other people will take. So I don't know, because if we address only one aspect of it, we will still end up in the same problem. That's my solution.
Thank you very much. I think this will close the comment and question session.
Okay, ¿cómo vamos a hacer?
Let me start in the reverse order. Let me start with this time. So, we talked about leadership. People writing to the thing. There's nothing wrong with that. You can write. Now, let me request the chairman of the NBA. I've given a copy of this paper. If you can indicate it so that the members will have useful. Now, the problem with leadership is not about how you want it. It's about how you go about it. What people call leadership is not leadership. They pay you a particular sum of money and you become a jockey for the company or for whoever is paying you for the whole year. Leadership means that for every job, if you look at the rules of professional conduct, you must insist, that's what the law says, you must insist to brief separately for every item of work that you must do, and they must pay you separately. But what we do, we understand leadership to me, and my ego brother will come to me and say they want to be paid. I laugh. What is leadership? The idea of leadership is that they pay you maybe 100,000 naira in a year, and you will go to the police station until you are sure you get rent. They say they have opened a file in your office. Please don't open those files. They are files of property. Insist on being paid, but whoever intends you, if he wants to go to the police station, charge him for going to the police station. He must be paid. And that's what rules 48, 49, 50, up to 52 of the rules of law insists. So there's nothing wrong in wanting to be retained, but there's everything wrong in being wrongly paid after being retained. Again, the economic space has narrowed. Those who work for banks now, you know that it has changed. During our time, they just write you and say, forward the process of court to you. You sit back, the first thing you do, you ask the bank to pay filing fee, they pay. You do another one, ask them to pay deposit on account, they pay. And then finally you send your bill. But now, those children who haven't gone to court in their lives, who are in the legal department, we still can write and tell you that they are going to pay you 1 million naira, and it's an all-inclusive fee. Yes, if you read the letter, that is briefing you. Well, these are challenges that we face now, but we can equally reverse it using the new order. If they are offering you something that is low, I think you are quite right to say that. I have had talks to myself and myself. I have had talks to tell the bank, go to them. They reached me that I should go and recover 250 million. And what did they say? That I should come and make a copy of the documents in the bank. I said, how? They said, no, why is my own different? That other the lawyer was there to copy the document. So I told the young woman, keep my own brief. I won't do. Now, days after, the same lawyer sued the bank, and I collected what I didn't collect. They breached me. I took my fees. That one was straightforward. So we should be able to say no to some things. You understand? But there's nothing wrong in getting retained. What is wrong with being poorly paid? You talked about charges. Now, I kept emphasizing this point, and that's why you may need to look at it. What the order prescribes is minimum charges. They are not maximum charges. Look at what you're doing. This is the lowest you can go. Just like the song we sing, thus far, God told the creation, thus far, you can't go. That's the lowest you can. Anything above that, you can charge. Whatever you are doing with your client, perfect. And you know the point of, if you leave here and go to Abuja, no, the way they structure the law, if you go to Abuja, you charge Abuja. It's determined by where you have practice or where you're doing the matter. So if you go to Port Harcourt, charge by Port Harcourt. If you go to Abuja, charge by Abuja. We started talk about the practice direction that the CJ. My very fundamental, I wish the CJ was here. I have a much more fundamental problem with the practice direction. CJ said he was exercising his powers under section 274 of the Constitution. I don't think he has any such powers. I doubt. Because the powers to make rules in section 274 doesn't cover district courts. I would have thought he's relying somewhere else. But like I said, things we need to challenge when the time comes. I've started going to district courts now, so
That's the only God that
upon proper fee, I'll go. And these are issues that we can raise. Then on whether paragraph 13 of this practice direction, where it says parties can represent themselves. Well, the way I look at it is, I think it's a general statement of law. If you choose to represent yourself and you get hurt, so be it. The right to representation actually belongs to the party. You may choose to do it yourself or choose to engage a lawyer. But I think if you have the opportunity, challenge his powers to do what he did in the first place. Not about but I think don't worry, they will always hire us. Now I'm here. I understand what you're doing. What the CJ did here is close to what CAC did. Many of the time CAC came with this big box. Customers don't need lawyers to register company. MBA, Fortune, what CAC to start selling, brought down, that's MBA national. Maybe, yeah, when they make Champa, Polo comes, these are some of the issues we can address. Maybe you tell us what he has in mind in saying that. Now, Mr. While discussing the paper, raised fundamental issues that we really want to address. We talked about seniors, being helping the juniors, mentoring them, helping them to establish others. And I was quick to whisper to him. I said, look, the people that make the difference are the seniors. That is just a simple truth. And just like Mr. Way pointed out, they are not here. The roles that is even when the senior has been able to charge well, to even take care of himself, that he begins to look at a junior to them. The seniors themselves are the people that require deliverance. You don't even need any special session in mentoring. You're learning, isn't it? But we're talking about seniors who, when I was doing a advancement, anybody who my ends up in trust with you. So I will back if I don't want them to know that I'm around. I back in Ramban's then into the house. One afternoon, I walked past there to get to the house. I met a medical doctor. He was seated at the bar. I was drinking that afternoon. So when I crossed, he sent someone to call me. They called me, I came back. He now asked me to sit down. I sat down. He asked me whether I drink. I said I drink, but I won't drink this afternoon. So he said, okay, he just bought a small land. The land is 5 million. That's small land. And I wanted me to do that. So I looked at him straight. I said, doctor, if I have headache and I want you to heal me, where will I go? He said, my hospital, of course. I said, I only have a hospital for things like this. If you want me to do it for you, meet me in the office. He was angry. I went back. Shortly thereafter, I was leaving my house, walked back to my car. I saw my senior lawyer here taking the same brief. Yes, sir. Oh, there, yes. Both of them were doing good. Now, I lost that brief. If that was the brief, I lost it, isn't it? Then, because it's somebody I very close, so I met him. After he told me that Dr. Butler, that he asked him to do agreement, and he charged him 50,000. I'm giving him 30,000, and he's breaking the balance after. That's why I love that. But down the line, 2 years after, the man had a case, and he needed a lawyer. He didn't go to start the He came. I charged him then 1 million naira. So that's why I said sometimes you price yourself out by these monkeys that you take. When the man needs to do something serious, bros, he won't come. Don't be afraid of losing. You understand? You will don't put the good thing I forgot to have, but it's in the paper. The little ones you have, do it well. Do your case well. If you do it well, you sell yourself. I am doing a matter that involves Mr. Anya personally. His client, who he wanted me to ask for 2 of them together, told him that he can't pay me. And I'm so happy when you announce that you can't pay me. I
I like it. It's like the one I'm doing for him. Maybe it's in Africa. What they wanted to give me, the man told their dad, look, I know him, I can't pay him. It's better they know you that you take proper food. When they are looking for proper lives, they will look for. Then, talking about juniors, let me also advise juniors. If you have a case, please don't charge. I tell them, if you attract a whatever isn't it? Don't charge. And this is what I believe seniors should do for juniors. If you want the junior to benefit, charge for the junior. After all, it's your name that will be, it's your first name that will be. Don't hide your clients from your seniors. Bring them. Charge senior, charge for the junior. Let it be on record that you can do it. I used to tell them again, I said, when you were in office, you married one wife, you have two cats. You have left now, you still one wife you have. I thought by now you have married two wives. So you jokingly ask me whether I'm married more wives myself. But let me be on record that you positively influence the life of that person. But junior, don't hide your books. I know that there are seniors that they want to collect your money. Please, seniors, give them their money, charge for them so that they can make more money. Let me close by saying, I think we should know whether we have made progress. I just remember, let me raise the issue of enforcement. Whether you can complain against those, these are the real problems. And that's why I think what we need is our attitude. If I am going to do the right thing, Steve is coming to do the right thing. Olaf is doing the right thing. This order will enforce itself. You don't need to complain. But it's not that some of us are choosing to do the wrong thing. I asked this question. Estate agents, these people that scout for houses. Why is it that nobody negotiates their own fees? Why is it that if you're buying property, you know that you're either paying 10% or 5%? Why is it that it's only the lawyer who is ready to take anything? Why are we like this? We are the ones doing ourselves. And until we get it right as individuals, it doesn't matter what the remuneration committee writes. We continue where we are. We need a change of attitude. Let's ask ourselves, why is it that it's only in our own place that they are ready to price us? You will see somebody who will buy property, 150 million naira. He's begging the estate agent to collect 5%. Then when you are the one that will do search, you are the one that will now do all the documentation. Then he's telling you, look at it, 100,000. And you want to tell me that if he goes to, and they're not actually conventional lawyers. I don't know whether we have this experience. They will not do it from lawyers. If I go here now, you will do it from if I go here now, you will do it from. So, the only regulation is our character, is our resolve. If we jointly resolve as a branch, as individuals, as corporate, take this corporate decision to do what is right. We'll be better when we let the world before the local offices. Like I said, what will happen is tax, let's do tax. There are some, they open their mouth and make submission report to wonder whether something is not true. Then lastly, taxation. We talk about tax. The tax there is not on our income. The tax in paragraph 15 is about the documentation. When you take deed of mortgage, deed of mortgage, deed of assignment and all that, when you take yes, for registration, you submit it, they assess, and it is not about our income. That one is regulated by a different law entirely. But perhaps it's warning to those of us who are into land documentation. You know this common practice of lawyers.
You do different agreements for one property. Somebody buys land 100 million. You do the real agreement for 100 million. You now do another one for 10 million. And you are still paying the same 100,000. That's after then you now submit the 10 million instead of 100 million tax company. You know it's a problem now. You can get really punished. So maybe that's what we also need to use. Liberate the negotiation. Don't declare the value of the property. Maybe thereafter you can now insist on the property. Now for the first time, the issue of percentages has been settled. There was no law, whether you're entitled to get the same law. But it's settled now. You have the basis to send your bill. If the man doesn't want to pay you, and he said it's not just these 3 pages, when you finish and they have been do a letter forwarding the bill. And if he doesn't pay, bring people like us, and he likes you. I tell Mr. Wende, I ask many of them, brief me, I will sue for you. Because, I mean, how do you survive judgment? How? You know that one. You don't have, I mean, they call your parents. Yeah, they don't want to pay you. As a branch, let us help ourselves. Let us insist on doing what has been provided for. God help us.
And Guara says, how do you survive? Just ask yourself that question, how do you survive? At this juncture, sir, please, you can step down. We're grateful into the end of the discussion. Yes, they deserve so we need to have perhaps most of the people that were retained are mostly people that do not even identify with the association. Okay, quickly, we'll be taking the vote of terms from Mr. Emmanuel Hassan. That's the secretary to the MBA, Jos Branch Business. Appreciate him as he comes forward.
Well, thank you very much. May I stand on the already established protocol? Spend a lot of time sitting down. I will just quickly appreciate my Lord Chief Judge of Party State. He has been there with other judges of the Party State High Court. We equally appreciate our keynote speakers, the discussants in the 2 sessions that we've had today. I believe that most of us who are here are now charged money that in the nearest future we should be able to complete ourselves with these lawyers that are in Port Harcourt, Lagos, and Abuja. So we really appreciate our keynote speakers and the discussants for the papers presented. For tomorrow we will be running up our law week. In the morning, we are going to have the bar and bench forum. We equally have a program by the Private Public Development Center on case management tomorrow. And for those of us who are here, you are privileged to hear that firsthand that for those who will be coming for the program early tomorrow, you will be entitled to free 2024 diary. I need us to love. Let's endeavor to be here early tomorrow so that we can be entitled to this diary. And lastly, I know we have so many concerns as members of the Nigerian Bar Association. I know we have raised issues as to the default fees that is being charged under the Party State High Court Civil Procedure rules. Now, tomorrow we are going to have a bar and bench forum we are encouraging all lawyers to send their concerns, to send their suggestions, to send their questions. There is already a number on the NPA WhatsApp platform that we can send these suggestions, questions to this number, either via WhatsApp or text messages. We want to do this so that we accumulate all our suggestions. When we come tomorrow for the bar and next room, we sit down and discuss them. So please take the advantage and send your suggestion, send your questions, whatsoever grievance that you have, send them through that number that is provided on our WhatsApp platform so that we can discuss them tomorrow. Once more, I appreciate us all for sitting down to this time. It is my earnest prayer that God takes us back home safely. Thank you very much.
May we rise for the closing prayer as well as the closing prayer. I will ask Mr. Simon Roper kindly come forward for the closing prayer.
In Jesus' name. Lord, we thank you for this great opportunity to come here as family, as members of this profound profession, and the good of our society and humanity in Jesus' name. Lord, we pray for our speakers. We thank you for the strength, thank you for the knowledge, thank you for the opportunity that you shared. Lord, we have to us. Lord, we pray that you reward them, you bless them, in their endeavors, you continue to heal them with sound knowledge and understanding in Jesus' name. For us, Lord, we pray that our profession is going a lot this time moment. Lord, help us to be true advocates of truth and justice. The Lord, whatever we do shall be to the glory and honor of your name alone and alone. For those who are academical and joining hands to the growth of this profession, Lord, we pray that you cause them to be made lawyers in Jesus' name. Lord, as we go, we pray that you, despite the stress, nothing shall befall any of us in Jesus' name. Lord, as we come back tomorrow, we shall be united. Finish this program better and that. Thank you, Lord, for all that we do. Thank you, Lord, because we go with us. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.